Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
You're muted, Dago.
I knew that. Duh. Good morning, everybody. How are you? And good morning, Miss Doodlebug.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm much better than I was yesterday.
How is Mr. P?
He's good. He went to school. No problem so far.
Did he do the rest of the night okay without the problem?
Right. Yeah. This morning the hives are like almost completely gone. They're real tiny now, and they're not real whelked up.
Okay. You stayed away from that other stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The oatmeal.
What I'm thinking it might have been. Them
Yeah.
candy. I don't like them candied ones. I mean, I get they're fun and all, but the only way I do the flavored stuff like that is like with the peaches and cream or something like that. Because you just don't know. You know what I mean?
I didn't think about that red dye.
Yeah, it's a thing now, and they put it in. It's in every color too. It's weird. It's in a lot of other colors besides red. So,
And his behavior was a little off too. I guess from the ADHD and the red dye.
yeah, it'll do it. It'll do it. We stopped giving that to Caden a long time ago because we noticed a difference. So he can. I mean, now it's different, you know. But when he was little, we just didn't. We didn't do it because it was just one of them things. So.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I mean, I'm glad he's okay. Actually, got a little nervous when I got the message from Mamabear that you had given her, and I was like, wait a minute, that was not what we talked about. What's going on?
One thing led to another. It was a really frightening day. It was.
I get it, but and honestly, that's kind of an average thing sometimes nowadays with the anemia and stuff like that can be.
Yeah.
But that's very treatable, and he's going to grow out of it. I think
he'll
be.
Yeah, they said if he is anemic, that he'll take a little iron supplement, and then they'll take him like once, twice a month at first, and then he may outgrow it and be fine.
Right. Now, just to give you a forewarning, if you put him on the iron supplement, you may have to give him a lot more fiber because
okay.
there could be, not everybody reacts the same, but he could have a little bit of a backing up problem, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So, that's all. Just a little friendly advice. That's all. But I just don't want my buddy to be feeling bad. He
felt great this morning. I was so happy.
That's good. That is good. That is good. Next time I talk to him, I will definitely.
Yeah, he'll tell you everything.
I know he will. I love it. I love him. He's an awesome kid. He really is. So, other than that, how did the rest of your day go?
Same old otherwise.
Better than mine, since my stupid internet went out again.
That's crazy. What do they tell you each time?
That there is an outage. And then
you know that, huh?
That's what they always say. There's an outage. And I said, well, can you give me a turnaround time? I do the same conversation with them every time. No, because we haven't assessed what the actual issue is. I said, really? Then why is it that somebody else told me? See, I lied to them all the time now because I can't stand them. And I'm like, well, I talked to somebody about 20 minutes ago, and they told me that it was a node that was out. Oh, yeah, that it is. It is. You're a liar. You just lied to me. They do it all the time, constantly. And I used to do that kind of stuff with Spectrum, Time Warner Cable a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I know how this stuff works. My internet service runs from West Virginia on a straight line, straight up. I can't remember what route they run, but it runs from West Virginia, which is where the main is, all the way up into Ohio, up to into Nelson, Ohio, where the Nelson's ledges are, and then it trees off, I should say, into 4 different areas. I get one of them. So if something goes down somewhere, anywhere within that realm, I lose it. It's bullshit. I hate this company. It's every other day. And I had a feeling yesterday. I even said something because it was rainy and kind of dreary and wind was a little bit blowy, and all that stuff. And I said, well, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back later. As long as this, and I'll be damned if it's around 3, I think. It just dink. There it went. So sick of it. So I'm sorry, everybody. I mean, I'm sure there was many more things that are better than me that you guys did, but just saying. I said I was going to do something. I couldn't do it again because of Optimum. Don't ever get Optimum. If you have a choice, run for the hills. Run as fast as you can away from this company, guys. It is the worst company, but it's the only option I have right now, and it is the only option I've had since I've been here. I'm trying so hard to get Spectrum out here. We've signed petitions. Multiple people on this road have. They keep saying there's not enough people to run a line. Everybody out here wants you. And everybody out here has internet. So what do you mean? It's bullshit, 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 bullshit. As Miss Barb would say. As Miss Barb would say.
Remember I had went over that Jimmy Martin case?
Yes, ma'am.
My channel. Well, Barb, they did like a visual thing over in Banter for all the parents of children that have went missing, like Barb and Karen and anybody that was searching for justice, and they all got together and they all had like a little speech at the pond. I thought that was the sweetest thing.
It sounds like it.
Barbara was there, and
Kimberly,
Kay's grandma was there, and Karen was there. It's pretty neat.
That's awesome.
Videos. I didn't go, but I thought that was so neat of them to get everybody together.
I agree. I mean, that's a group of people that I'm telling you guys, I have never seen strength from people that have been through what these people have been through to where they all come together the way that they do, that is so strong. I mean, these are amazing people. They really are. Miss Barbara, we all know she's amazing.
They really are. And I hope that Small Town Forgotten picks up each one of their cases, because that would be awesome.
Yeah. That was my goal doing it, is that others would pick them up too, Yep. But I mean, we've spoken now to Kimberly Lott, which is Durante Martin's grandmother. We've spoken, of course, to Miss Barbara, which is Timmy's mother. Now we've spoken to
Karen,
Doug's mother.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a couple more to come. Also, we've had conversations with, a very long conversation with Amanda Yates.
Yeah.
Who has very heavily involved in some of this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It, bringing awareness and exposure. So it's not something that's very easily going to be let go. And I'm going to continue to, there's a few other cases. I'm not going to throw any names out there right now, but there are a few other cases from the same area that I want to touch on because they don't get the exposure at all that they should. And of course, they're not getting the justice, as we've all talked about before. So,
right. And it's really scary to me to think, what if there are more parents out there that are just afraid to come forward? Because it's a serious issue.
What if there are more, even beyond that, cases out there that there's no parents or people that understand what could have happened? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's just crazy to me. It really is. Yep. So I will continue on my Missouri mission, as I call it, to make sure that at least they get heard about, it heard, that the stories are known to the public. That's all. So for sure. Yes, Miss Cheryl. Anybody that's newer in here, please be prepared. I have the worst internet company on the planet. I really do. I'm very sorry. I can say I'll be here, and if somebody sneezes wrong on one of my lines, it's out. So my apologies ahead of time. If you don't see me, typically that's if I say I'm gonna be here and you don't see me, that's typically why. So I'll just give you a heads up ahead of time, and until I can get it changed up, I promise you, when I can, I'm going to. So, but that does happen from time to time, and I give my deepest apologies for it. I have no control over it when it happens, and I am such an angry person about it. I'm on the phone with them usually all day long, screaming and yelling at them. I've gone all the way to the assistant to the CEO of the company and threatened to go to the news companies. And then conveniently, when I do stuff like that, it just seems to work for a while without having any issues. It's kind of weird to me, but hey.
I used to have to go through that same thing before I had moved. Oh my goodness, it was awful. I
Well,
went to this company, CenturyLink is what I had to go through.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Oh, that was terrible.
They're just as bad as Optimum, if not worse. So the biggest issue is you got to give and take. Okay. I live in a very, very rural area. It's beautiful out here. I live on an old farm that's over 100 years old on a huge piece of property. And I'm surrounded by trees and animals and all sorts of other weird things. The Mothman, Bigfoot, all that fun stuff. And because of that, I don't get the joys and things that the people in the cities get. So I have to deal with what I have to deal with. And because of where we live at, there is nothing out here. Now, I think I told you guys last year during the other show, my neighbor that lived here next to me before they moved out, they got Verizon. Told me, and he's a gamer. He's like almost a professional type gamer. I thought my computer was like, he's got double what I have. But anyway, that's all this guy did was game. Okay. And he wanted to have the best service he could. Optimum, obviously, going out. He used to do tournaments and weird stuff like that. Right in the middle of that stuff, it would go out and he would get pissed just like I did. So he found Verizon service and got it and said it was great. And he was like, yeah, dude, call him. Like, seriously, you'll love it for what you do, so on and so forth. I called him. Mind you, this house is literally 30 feet from where I'm sitting right now. It's right there. Okay. And so I'm like, cool, let's see what this is. He told me it was even cheaper than what I'm paying with better service. And I'm thinking, and faster, way faster. Okay. Because Optimum offers garbage to begin with. So I have to run something to boost my signal, all that kind of crap. It's whatever. But so I called them the very next day. Actually, it was the same day he told me about it. I called him. Excuse me. And they go, oh, well, just a minute, sir. Ask my address. Let's go see what we can do here for you. Blah, blah, blah. Come back and said, well, we don't have service in your area. Huh? Yes, you do. They said, no, we don't. You can't get service there yet. It's not available to you yet. I said, my neighbor that lives 30 feet away from me has it and told me to call you. Well, we're not showing that it's available. How is that possible? The house here has it, but I don't. And it's a satellite service, from my understanding. Like, it comes from space. You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's a line hooked up. I don't get it. And I still can't get it. I've tried to call them again and again. I've even tried T-Mobile. Nothing. Excuse me. I have nothing out here except this stupid Optimum. It's ridiculous. So, so I'm rambling. I didn't even see. Let's see who we got with us this morning, Doodle. It looks like Alicia J says try going into the store. I don't know where the hell there is a Verizon store around here. I haven't seen one in a long time. That's a good point, though. That's a very good point, Alicia. Thank you. But welcome, Alicia. Good to see you this morning. Tomboy Charms in the house. Miss Cheryl, faithful mom Cheryl's back in the house. Good to have you here. SR. BBBBBBB. Good to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us. I don't know why I started doing that, but I do it. Ray Baldick, welcome back to you. Casa Miriam, welcome back. I almost said congratulations.
Sorry, for you, Casa.
Congrats.
Around, you'll really go to sleep soon.
Yes, yes. Ask me about my butthole. Hello to you and welcome again. Great to have you here. Interesting name. I like the donut. Uh-oh. And it is Steph. Not that Steph. Don't side-eye me. Blankenship. Good morning to you. I love saying her name. Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a great day, sir. I hope you're all having a great day. Junior Johnson's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Everybody, if you will, please do what SRB says. I don't want to make her mad. And like, subscribe, share this out, hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do. If you want to see it, you'll see it if you hit that bell. Hopefully. Of course, Miss Doodlebug sitting up here next to me. Mystic Butterfly, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Today. Leslie and Billy's in the house. Hello. She's even saying it now. SRBBBBBBBBBB. It is hump day. Yes, it is. It is October 16th, 2024. And it is hump day. Take it as you may. Do whatever you like. Doc Holiday's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Great to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Victoria Burgess, welcome. Great to see you today. Mr. Philip Hughes, hello, my friend. I hope they're taking care of you up there, sir, since Mrs. D is on vacation this week. I hope you're getting good care there. You tell them to make sure that they take care of you. Mocha's in the house. Welcome back, Mocha. Great to see you. Tanya D, welcome to you. Great to have you back. See a lot of green in here. I'm loving it. Miss Teresa S, welcome back to you. Great to see you today, ma'am. Randy B, the OG, is in the house. Have you talked to Miss Wisdom today, Miss Sherry?
I haven't. No, she's
Has
probably
anybody?
still asleep.
I know she hasn't been feeling good, but she makes me nervous when there's no contact with her because then I get worried, like deathly worried about her.
I spoke with her last night and she was okay. She's just trying to get over this cough.
I get it. Miss Taylor, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Jelly Bean, I love that name too. Welcome back, Jelly Bean. Great to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Kels 420's in the house. Welcome back, Kels. Good to see you today. Okay, as long as you guys are talking to her, that's all that matters to me. I tried to reach out. I didn't get nothing, so. Let's see. Is Paula in here? I see somebody saying hello to her, but oh, there she is. Good morning, Miss Paula. Great to see you today. Welcome back. Wonderful to have you here. Yes. I'm not side-eyeing you. I promise you I'm not, Steph. I just love saying your name. What's going on, SRB? Something wrong? Stay on my heat and survive. Are you having a problem today, SRB? That was a really boring story. My story was boring? I'm sorry.
That's who I was saying that earlier. Stick around. You'll be going to sleep in a little while.
I didn't mean to bore.
She goes everywhere trying to ruin a day. I think it's funny myself.
Well, I didn't mean to bore you, Miriam. My apologies. Hopefully we can do better for you. You're cold. It is cold out. It's been cold. Yesterday was really cold. I was cold, like inside cold. Once you get cold inside first, good luck. It is great to have you back today, Doodle. We missed you yesterday. Mama Bear, I haven't talked to her yet today.
I missed you guys too. Tons.
Yes. It was, I'll tell you this though. Good Lord have mercy. At the end of the show, we like to let everybody leave with a laugh, you know that, and a smile. So we did. We watched some good stuff. And one of these videos really hit me in a way that, guys, I mean, they'll tell you, I could not, Doodle, I was dying. It was that really, when you know that laugh I get when I get really going and I get the real high pitched like squeal.
Yes.
That one, and it went on for, yeah, it was like an hour. I couldn't catch my breath. My side hurts, and so does my jaw today.
That's good. I'm glad. Everyone deserves that kind of laugh.
Mm-hmm. And it was this guy. You'd have died. You'd have died. We were watching like hilarious and funny arrests, okay? And this guy got pulled over. I would love to show. I'm gonna have to show this to you again because it was too hilarious. The guy started talking immediately as soon as the cop walked up to the car, and swear to God, Doodle, he did not stop and breathe, and he just kept talking for like the next hour and a half. It was nonstop, everything, and I just started losing it because he was just like, and he had a crack pipe in his car. He tried handing it to the cop. He was like, "Here, take this, take it, take me to jail. I want to go to jail. Arrest me, please take me down right now, please." And that's how he was talking. I'm going, dude, what did you do? It was too funny. I was dying, seriously. But yeah, those were good videos last night. I'm trying to like break that up to different variations of stuff. You know what I mean? So it was too. You'd have liked it too, Paula. It was funnier than hell. I think who was in here that was laughing along with me? Said she was laughing at me. I think it was Faithful Mom Cheryl was laughing at me. You missed it too, SRB? Jesus. I know what you were doing yesterday. It was a lot of laughing for sure. And it was good. It was good. So, yes, everybody, I'm sorry I didn't get to come back and cover day 2 of Leilani's trial. My apologies. I will try to catch that up today. Miss Jules, welcome back. Good to see you today. Good morning to you. Let's see. Yes, the heat is on now. It's too cold too fast. I don't think anybody's ready for this cold weather yet.
I'm not for sure. These cold mornings. Ugh.
Yeah, it's been cold, like cold. 30s, low 30s. Yeah, when you got to defrost the car, come on now. They're talking about snow next week. I said no.
Oh God, no. Not ready for that.
No. Thank you, SRB. And if anybody would like to become a meatball and jump in the sauce with the rest of us, guys, there is a link right there. You can join just from clicking that and become a meatball. And you're already part of the community if you're here. It only takes one time, like I said, but to become part of the family and be a meatball like the rest of these awesome peeps in here, that's all you got to do. While in Ohio here, over in this Northeast Ohio, they're saying there's a possibility of it, but I'm not lying. I swear to you. It's been cold enough to snow so far, and we had sleet at some point yesterday, and I think SRB said she got some too. It's okay, SRB. You do what you have to do, dear. It was probably actually a good thing I didn't get to watch it yesterday, because the day 1 that I watched it, I was so pissed off it wasn't even funny. I don't like her at all. Miss Paula, thank you. Donated a membership, and it went to Miss Cynthia, IGG Ancestry. Congratulations, Miss Cynthia. I haven't seen her in a while. Welcome. Good to have you here, and welcome to the sauce. We appreciate that so very much, Miss Paula. God bless. We've got a lot of new members lately. Excited to see that. So thank you again, Miss Paula. We got 40 people in here, guys. 19 likes. Please, if you would, please just pretend like you like me for a little while. Hit that like button if we can to try to get this into an algorithm again. This channel don't know what an algorithm is. I forgot all about it, but we'll get back there one of these days.
You're in the algorithm.
You think?
Yeah. I definitely think you are.
Well, we got to try keep it there, I guess. Then I didn't think I was, but that's good. I do agree, Miss Jilly. I do agree. These people are amazing in here. I appreciate every single one of you guys so very much. We all do, very much. I hope Mama Bear is okay. I hope to God she didn't have to go to work, because she was supposed to call her boss yesterday, and I said, "Don't you dare!" You know what I mean? And
oh no.
Yeah, I know how that goes. I think Matt said the same thing to her too. Oh well, I hope not. Yeah, we'll cover it again this afternoon. I'll try to catch it all up, scan through it as much I just really want to watch witness testimony. Is what I really want to see, because I'd like to hear what everybody has to say about that garbage can person that she is. Welcome, Stephen. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's having a great start to their day. So, I guess we should get things a rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Oh my God, I was just thinking that when you said that, and then you sang it.
Keep them doggies rolling. Is Alicia here today? Maybe not. Did you see Alicia in here? I don't think I did.
I thought she thinks she has an appointment or something.
I think I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it's so. I didn't miss much then. That's good to hear, because that's truly all I want to know is what like witness testimony is, and the other testimony, character testimony, and stuff like that. Investigators, I think we know all of that truly, but thank you, SRB. I've been MIA, so I just heard this morning about the hair. Oh, yeah, that's something else we're going to be touching on too. That trial's starting up too. It's getting a little bit deeper, interesting. So, in the Delphi case, we definitely have some stuff to look into. That is true, true, true. Let's see. We're gonna have to look at that. That's gonna be a definitely a clip we're gonna talk about for anybody that follows the Delphi trial. Let me see here. It's okay, Miss Paula. We appreciate you being here when you can be, very much so. I could probably run both those trials if I ran 3 shows a day, but I'll burn myself out. I know I will.
Oh yeah, that's a bit much. I can't imagine you having to sit there for that long with your back.
I've done it before. It's interesting. I'll say that much. For sure. So let's see what we got going to start the day off with. Again, you know that they were tracking that storm down in the Caribbean. There's a possibility.
Another one?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you forgot about that. Yep, there was a storm that we talked about yesterday. Another. Oh, where's it at? It was a smaller one, and they said it looked like it could turn and head towards Florida. I said, no. We're not going to do this again. They don't need another storm. But I haven't seen anything new on it. It doesn't look like it's doing anything right now. So there's really no updates on it. I checked Ryan this morning and a couple other channels, and I don't see anything new with it. So for right now, I think we're okay. So let's see here. Where 'tis the stuff. All right. Today's a soup day. I told my wife I want some kind of soup today. Craving soup. I said bean and ham. She said, hell no. I said, okay. If you say so. I said, then chicken noodles. She goes like, are those only 2 that you know? And I said, no, those are my favorites. I said, wedding soup. She said, nope. And I'm making meatballs today. I said, okay. But I do want soup. Yesterday I wanted soup, and she made homemade. They were actually really good. Homemade, you know how Taco Bell makes those Mexican pizzas?
Yeah.
She made them homemade.
Ooh, I bet those were great.
They were better, so much better than the ones Taco Bell makes. But they looked and tasted almost just like them. It was so weird. So weird. Soups. It does sound good, Mike. Bean and ham. You don't like bean and ham soup? Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I said, SRB. I didn't see anything like new, but with that storm, I'm still following it. Just if it does start to get bad. Welcome, Phil. Good to see you this morning. Bean and ham is amazing. Bean and bacon is amazing. Wedding soup. wedding soup, bean and bacon or bean and ham, clam chowder, and chicken noodle are my three favorite. I like split pea soup too. People think I'm just sick, but it's actually really good. Excuse me. Taco soup. I've had tortilla soup. I've never had taco soup.
I love potato soup.
I make that too. The last time I made it didn't turn out that great. Chalupas. Yes, that sounds good too, Mike. Vegetable. My wife makes this soup. I call it the everything, because she puts everything. They put everything, her and her mom both. It's got every vegetable you can think of in it, including cabbage. But they put macaroni noodles and hamburger in it too. And I'm telling you what, it's a vegetable soup, but it's everything. And it's so good. Potatoes, carrots, green beans, potatoes, carrots, green beans, peas, corn. They put okra in it. I don't care for that, but cabbage, ground beef, and macaroni noodles. It's really good, actually, and it's got like a tomato base to it. So good. I love soup. Love soup. I could have soup every day of every year. All year. I mean, every day, all year long. I love it. Chili sounds good too. Damn, Steph, that sounds really good. It's a good day for it, especially my wife's chili. I love hers. I don't exactly. That's why I don't like it. The only way I'll eat okra, even remotely right now, is if it's fried. So, chicken pot pie sounds good. I like beef pot pie better, but welcome, True Seeker. Morgan Betty's in the house. Potato, broccoli, cherry. Yes, 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 yes. All of them. Very good stuff. So, let's see what we got going to start off the day with. It's going to be bad news, I know. Usually is. What is that all about today? Damn weather change.
Yeah, everybody's got that. It's
Yes.
like a cough. It's just like a tickle.
Mm-hmm. So we have what seems to be a great grandmother was found strangled in home after picking her daughter up from the airport, guys. Lovely lady here. Washington State great grandmother was found strangled in her home hours after her frantic daughter landed at a nearby airport where they had planned to meet. Patricia Jimmerfield, a 78-year-old retired nurse living in Vancouver, Washington, was killed in her home last Tuesday, authorities said. I told Mom I was taking off and she hearted it, so I knew she saw it. Ayersman told KATU2, but she never responded. I texted. I called her home. I called her cell number. No answer. I waited about an hour. Thank you, Mark and Betty. Ayersman called her aunt, who rushed to Jimmerfield's home, where she found her lying on the floor, face down, she told the local outlet. Clark County Medical Examiner's Office determined that Jimmerfield had been strangled with a wire or cord, according to Law and Crime. There were no signs of forced entry into the residence, but Ayersman believes that her mother was targeted in the attack. I don't know. It feels personal. She told KOIN. Jimmerfield's home had been robbed just the day before she was murdered. Ayersman said the retired nurse had filed a fraud report just that morning when she realized that her wallet was missing and found some unusual bank charges. Stephanie Ayersman discovered that her mother had been murdered after landing at the Portland International Airport. It is unclear if the two crimes were connected. They took away my heart, my rock, my soul, and I don't know how to go on, Ayersman told KPTV. If anyone sees anything, saw anything, knows anything, please call the police. I really want whoever did this to get caught. Police have not arrested or publicly identified any suspects. Investigations into the homicide are ongoing. That's really sad. Really sad. There's no call for this. There's so much crime going on. I agree with you on that one. It doesn't. Paula says I find it highly unlikely that the two crimes were not connected. I agree. I do agree. I don't know. She should have had, once the house was burglarized, I would imagine they would start doing extra patrols, but maybe not. I don't know, but it's very sad. And I feel for her daughter. That's just not fair. All right, so excuse me here. Also, we have one moment. Get all the violent ones out maybe first. Does anybody in here know what Rebecca syndrome? Do you know what Rebecca syndrome is?
No.
Neither did I. Never heard of it before. Different, for real. Let's see here. So, anybody? Let me see if anybody says anything in chat. No, Bill doesn't even know it. That's surprising. Let's see. Let's see what Rebecca syndrome is, guys. Therapist explains Rebecca syndrome, which more than half of people suffer from, and it's bad news for their partners. Therapist has weighed in on the concept of Rebecca syndrome in romantic relationships, and it's not good news for the partners involved. Have you ever started dating and found yourself feeling a twinge of jealousy when you scroll through your hookup social media and see photos of them with their ex? Or perhaps you feel the familiar green mist descending when your partner talks fondly about a memory which occurred during an old relationship. If you've ever felt like this, you wouldn't be alone. What is Rebecca syndrome? Given the continuous merry-go-round of dating and relationships terms, which are constantly cropping up all over the internet, you'd be forgiven for not understanding what Rebecca syndrome is.
Thank you, faithful mom.
Thank you so much, faithful mom. By the way, real quick, if anybody could, because we're doing that split stream thing, guys. I see 34 people here, 5 in Doodles. Could you just run over real quick, guys? Hit the like button and share Doodle's side out, please, too, if you would, please. It'll just take a second if we could drop Doodle's link. I would really, really appreciate it, guys, so very much. Thank you. Also known as retroactive jealousy. Rebecca syndrome is where someone exhibits signs of pathological envy toward their partner's ex-lover. The circumstance and specifics of the relationship or how they came to break up may not matter. It's the thought that someone else enjoyed special and intimate moments with your person, and that makes you feel jealous.
Isn't that a normal thing, though?
I think it is, because I've
had to name it.
I think most of us have this then, if that's the case, because I know that, there's been things that my wife has talked about that she did with her ex, and it's like, well, I would have liked to have done that with you. You know what I mean? And there's a bit of jealousy there. So yes, I think it's pretty normal, but they've labeled it as, I want to know where the name Rebecca came from, by the way, but
right, because damn it, Rebecca.
yeah. Thank you, SRB, for putting that link in there. But yeah, so I think most of us probably do have this issue because it's a normal thing, I think. Some have it worse than others, but the circumstances and specifics of their relationship or how they came to break up may not matter. We already read this. You could even argue that retroactive jealousy is now a bigger issue than ever thanks to the invention of social media. Agreed. With a 2017 study from Superdrug revealing just how often people will look up their partner's ex online. Around 66.7% of participants in relationships admitted to searching up a loved one's ex, a figure which drops to 65.8% in married couples. So why does Rebecca syndrome occur? And how significant of an impact is it having on people's relationships? According to psychotherapist Toby Ingham, who has written a book on the subject, the root of retroactive jealousy can be traced back to our upbringing and issues within our families. What surprises me is how little linking up we do between what's happened to us and how we feel about ourselves. He explained during an interview with Vice, there are things that they've been through that things that they've been through, things they already know, but they just have, well, I'm sorry, I can't talk again today, but they just haven't linked that up with what it's like to be an adult dating in an adult world. He continued. The label can give you a place to start, but after that, I think looking at it with greater depth is helpful. That must be Rebecca.
Oh my. Phil's got me rolling. He says, faithful mom Cheryl, always so nice to see you. Much nicer than that cheating mom Karen.
See, thank you, Phil. I think Phil's got maybe Phil's got Rebecca syndrome.
That was so funny.
And just saying. Ingham also agrees that retroactive jealousy can be made worse by modern social media, and I will agree. Social media has changed everything in our lives, period. As it's now easier than ever to be present in an ex's life. I think the digital age has accelerated a whole set of psychological problems, he added. This view is shared by Jackie Gabb, PhD, a professor of sociology and intimacy at the Open University, who told Women's Health there's almost an intensification of retroactive jealousy because there's a greater capacity for exes to be present in your life through social media, even if you're not close friends with them anymore. So again, I think this is pretty normal. I don't think this is like, I can't believe they actually labeled it a syndrome. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree because everyone is, no one wants to even think of their person ever being with anyone else. So I can see where that's completely normal to be jealous.
Yeah, that's pretty average. And both my wife and I both have spoken about this. Like we both feel the same way. Like it's almost as if my previous relationship never existed. She said the same thing about hers. You know, we've been together for 20, going on 22 years or 23 years at this point in total. And I remember the previous relationship with the creature, but I don't remember like the important, I don't remember much of it. I can remember all of this. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
So,
that's just the past. Excuse me. So I just leave it there. I mean, if you think about that every day, you'll drive yourself crazy.
agreed. Yeah. So, welcome, Cockney. All good to see you. Cockney Cal, sorry, 17. Great to have you here. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. It's great to see you guys here today. Thank you for joining us.
Paula says they should have a prying Paula syndrome where you look at your ex and his wife and feel grateful that it's her, not you.
Oh my God, yes, that's
I feel you.
that was great. That was great. Speaking of, where is Mr. Walt?
Oh, he's slacking. I'll have to write him a letter.
Uh-oh. And Paula's here today, so he can't say a word. And he's not. How about that? Dang it, I forgot my earbuds. 2 hours of treatments and won't be able to hear anything. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Tomboy. Welcome. I just saw her. Where'd she go? Stormy Sherry, welcome back. She was laughing at me yesterday, too, when I was dying over that stupid video. Yeah, I think that, so this Rebecca syndrome stuff, I think, is actually pretty normal, guys. Just saying. But they had to label it, like everything has to have a label.
I do agree about like the phones, though. That would give a cheater better access to whatever they want.
Right? Absolutely. 100%. So let's see here. Moving on. More stuff. I swear to God. I see more stuff happening in Ohio recently than I've seen in a long time. We have a lot of crap that happens here. Walt is getting a late slip. Yes. Yes, he is. It's okay, though. It's all right. Identity of badly decomposed body found in Ohio car wash. Released. It says authorities in Ohio have released the identity of a man that was found inside an abandoned car wash. Franklin County Coroner's Office, that's up around the Columbus area, announced on Friday the fingerprints helped identify identity found identified the body of a man found at the car wash with 53-year-old Christopher Coleman. Coleman's remains were found inside the former superwash at the 1500 block of Holt Road and the Georgesville Square shopping plaza, according to WCMH.
So someone just dumped him out at a car wash?
Either that or he dumped himself there.
Dang.
I don't know. Let's see what the rest of this says, because that's weird. Police found Coleman's body badly decomposed inside one of the car wash bays on Wednesday night. Authorities told WCMH that the car wash has a chain link fence surrounding the property and has been abandoned for several years. Oh wow. I wonder how long he's been there. Coleman, who was described as a homeless man, had a criminal history. He was reportedly alive as recently as a month ago. Okay, well, we know that. When he was charged with disorderly conduct in Franklin County Municipal Court. There's one of our sheriffs. That's what our sheriff's vehicles look like. The fingerprints used to identify Coleman were matched with those taken on September 11th, 3 days after his arrest. Coleman has also faced charges in municipal court nearby 25 times, including alleged robbery in 2016 that took place in a West Columbus Huntington bank. So yes, it's Columbus. An autopsy was ordered to determine what caused Coleman's death. An investigation into the case is ongoing. Fox News reached out to Franklin County Sheriff's Office for comment and did not immediately receive a response. So that's wild to me. Just curious now. Like, I'd like to know was it natural causes, or was he murdered? Did he take his own life? Things like that. These little stories I throw out there, are just that, little stories to keep people up to date on what's going on around the world. So who knows? Well, I'm sure we'll find out eventually. So there is another one I had a smaller story like this that I thought was pretty interesting, and I'm trying to find it here. Hold on. Where did it go? Oh yeah, I thought this was hilarious. Hold on a minute here. Oh, go ahead. Say something. What were you going to say?
I was just saying, hey, Christine, Nevada.
Welcome, Miss Christy. Thank you for joining us. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come through that door. If you would, please. It's right there to the right. So, oh my Lord. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. I want to see the reactions on this one. Welcome, Squishy Bum. Good to have you here today. Thank you to my UKers for joining us. Thank you, Tomboy. I appreciate that very much, dear. So, Gypsy Rose Blanchard has advice for the Menendez brothers if they get released from prison. I bet they're excited about that one. I know I would be excited if Gypsy wanted to give me advice, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Stormy says, Doodlebug, I don't know why, but I thought you were a guy. Nope, I'm a female.
Really? You haven't heard, Doodle?
Oh, I didn't get the news.
Oh, okay then. Yes. Yeah. Look, Paula says, oh God. Oh Lord, Gypsy advice. I mean, come on, everybody wants Gypsy Rose advice. I know I do. I would be standing on my toes waiting to hear it. And I don't know if you guys have seen this Netflix series, the Menendez Brothers series. My wife and I binged it. It was really good, actually. They did a pretty good job. This guy right here, I've seen him in a lot of stuff lately. He played Lyle, and of course, this is the other one, Eric. I think it is. They did a great job with this show. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It'll give you kind of a backstory on the whole situation. It's pretty wild. Interesting story, though. Stormy says no one should take advice from Gypsy. You think? Yep, I agree with you on that one, Stormy.
So do we know if she's really pregnant or if she just wants attention? We don't know.
I have my feelings, but
yeah, I do too.
I think we both have the same. Yeah.
No worries, Stormy. It's okay.
Oh yeah, no big deal. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is weighing in on the Menendez brothers case. Blanchard, 33. Are we sure she's 33? We should probably check that. Spoke to TMZ at LAX on Sunday and shared her advice for Eric and Lau Menendez, who may finally be getting out of prison almost 30 years after they were convicted of killing their parents. It's very difficult to come out to a world that has changed so much. Even in the time that I spent, said Blanchard, who served 7 years in prison for the murder of her mother, Claudine Dee Blanchard. Ugh. That's the real Menendez brothers right there. Those aren't the actors. Reacclimating is a difficult thing, she added. I would say take your time, adjust properly and get therapy because you need it in this kind of world and day and age. In 2016, Blanchard pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, was sentenced to 10 years in prison, though she got out early December of 2023. Her ex-boyfriend, Nicholas Gojan, I never could say his name right. I think it's Gojan.
Yeah, go to John.
Go to John. That's it. Thank you. Go to John.
Not right to say it.
Right. Good to see you today, Mocha. Thank you for being here. Stabbed her mom to death in her Springfield, Missouri. Everything happens in Missouri. Home in 2015. How close are you to where this happened, by the way, Doodle?
About 3 hours.
Okay, so not close. Good. Dee had Munchausen by proxy syndrome and subjected Blanchard to years of child abuse. After getting out of prison, Blanchard was thrust into the spotlight as her documentaries, The Prison Confessions of Gypsy Rose Blanchard and Gypsy Rose, Life After Lockup, both aired on Lifetime. In July, she announced she is pregnant with her first child with boyfriend Ken Erker. God bless him. The couple rekindled their romance after Blanchard split from husband Ryan Anderson 3 months after she got out of jail. Jesus, there's nothing even showing, and she's acting like she's holding it there. The Menendez brothers, meanwhile, murdered their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, in 1989 and were sentenced to life in prison without parole in 1996. They argued in their trial that they were sexually abused by their parents and killed them out of self-defense, but the jury still found them guilty. That's Lyle, I believe. Wait. Yeah, I believe that's Lyle no. That's Lyle. That's Eric. Because Lyle's hair, he finally accepted the fact that he was bald and stopped wearing a toupee. Following the success of Ryan Murphy's Netflix show Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, District Attorney George Gascon announced that new evidence of sexual abuse against the siblings is being reviewed. A court hearing is set for late November, which could lead the brothers to being released or being retried or even released from prison. Blanchard told TMZ that while she's not really educated on that case, she supports the Menendez brothers getting out of prison. So you have no idea what you're talking about, but you want to let them out. This is what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't even...
We can't keep doing that.
Just so everybody knows, by the way, Kim Kardashian has reached out to them too. She's all about getting people out of prison too. If I don't understand somebody interjecting in a case that they have no idea about and saying, "Yeah, I support letting them out of jail." Sure, I don't know what they did, but they should get out. Are you serious? Thank you, Stormy. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's stupid. I don't understand it. You need to worry about you, Gypsy. Make sure that you can handle raising a child, because God knows that. Oh my God, I don't even want to say it. Anyway, I'm an advocate for abuse victims in general, and I'm all about prison reform. The mom to be said. If the case is being reviewed, then hopefully something can be done. Abuse victims need to be advocated for more. That I agree with, but. And here's the thing: were they really abused, or are they using this as a way to get out of prison? That's something that's very hard to tell. I know for a fact, based on because I read the story before I watched the Netflix thing years ago, and Lyle was very manipulative. They were both very manipulative, but Lyle definitely was very manipulative. Okay, so who's to say that this was not something concocted while sitting in prison to be able to try to get out of prison? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds to me that's exactly what it sounds like.
Why didn't it come out during the trial, or why didn't it come out then? Why now? That's what I'm saying. It's a little weird. Didn't one of the Menudo brothers come out and say he abused him too? Yeah, there was part of the story was that Lyle, because he was abused, Lyle abused Eric as well. That was the way the story went, kind of. I just don't understand, guys. And here it is repeating what I said now. The TMZ reporter also told Blanchard that Kim Kardashian is advocating for Eric 53 and Lyle 56 to be set free. Kim is a wise woman. She makes good decisions in her prison reform era, Blanchard said. Jesus, really? About the 43-year-old reality star. Kim Kardashian, who has visited Eric and Lyle in jail, penned an essay for NBC News on October 3rd and said she hopes the brothers' life sentences are reconsidered. I don't believe that spending their entire natural life incarcerated was the right punishment for this complex case. Had this crime, excuse me, been committed, what just happened here? Oh, there it is. And trial today, I believe the outcome would have been dramatically different, she wrote. Blanchard also appeared on season 5 of The Kardashians to discuss the prison systems. Of course she did. She is doing anything she can. Welcome, Miss Crystal. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Cassie's in my house. Mergerd. Hello, Miss Cass. Good to see you today. So I don't know, you guys. I don't know what to think of this scenario. Is this something, like I said, that they put together after sitting in prison for 30 years and said, okay, this might work? Or did this truly happen? And I never, ever want to discount anybody's story of abuse, but it's hard to say knowing the manipulation that these two have put out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they saw that Gypsy got out. So they're like,
Yeah.
hey, let's get together. We can get out. No worry. Really. That's just ridiculous.
Yep.
I don't care what the situation. If you took it upon yourself to take someone else's life, there are consequences, and there should be. I mean, we can't just let these people out because something bad in their life happened, and maybe they did it because they didn't know what else to do. That's still not okay.
Thank you. Thank you. 100%. Yes, ma'am. Paula says, ugh. I can't stand by Blanchard, and I don't believe she was so much of a victim when she got out. I'm right there with you, Paula, 100%, dear. I think she knew and went along with her mother to perpetrate fraud on people. Yes. And I'm a bit nervous about her, too. Knowing everything she was taught based on what Dee Dee did to her, that she could be doing these things to people now. She was taught how to be this way. That's how she was raised. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't trust her.
We've been taught to not trust her.
How many times have we been duped by her already? Okay. And that's the thing. Like, I just don't trust it. That's why nobody wants to trust that she's pregnant. She got married, got out, got divorced, I think, and she's back with this other guy. I don't understand any of how she does anything. It's all about publicity as far as I'm concerned. So, I just came back from Miss Doodlebug Parts channel. I gotta say, there's a chilling echo in the room. Takes like no effort to skip on in and like, subscribe, and get out. You're a trip, Phil. Thank you for that. Yes, it doesn't at all. It just makes everything so dramatic. It's awesome. Has her Quaker shirt on today. I can't even stand looking at her. If you're a member, check out the new emojis our mama and team added. I didn't see those yet. Cool. Let's see. And again, good to see you today, Cockney Cow 17. Appreciate you joining us. That goes for all of you guys so very much. And I see here that Miss Cheryl agreed with you, Miss Paula. I didn't even see the emojis. Thank you, SRB. And that's for all you members. Miss Crystal says, my thing is that Tipton, Missouri just executed a man that may have been innocent, but then we know for a fact that these brothers kill their family and people come out of the woodwork to support them. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I agree with that, Crystal. I do. And Miss Cheryl says, I call bullshit. And I'm saying, we don't know, I don't want to discount anybody's experiences. Those are horrible things. But at the same time, how do we know? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. What is this? Candy, ghost, pumpkin eye. But those must be the emojis showing up as words in StreamYard. Okay. Okay, back on subject. You're fine. All right. So another situation here. These are the important ones right here, guys. Is 13-year-old boy went missing in an Arizona car wash, and he hasn't been seen for a month. Now, that is a bad thing. And that's good. Good point. Either way, you can't just kill people. Agreed, Moonlight. Agreed.
My first question is, why is this child alone in a car wash anyway?
Thank you. 13. It says Elijah Gumbus's mom claims to have seen her son jumping into a stranger's maroon SUV, but law enforcement officials have not been able to verify this. Let's see. That's another problem then. That's not good.
Oh.
At all. A 13-year-old boy has been missing for over a month after he was last seen at an Arizona car wash with his mom. Elijah Gumbus vanished without a trace around 7 a.m. August 31st when he and his mother stopped off at a White Skies Express wash in Tolleson, Arizona, while they were traveling from California to Louisiana for her work. Nick Mick said on Tuesday, surveillance footage from the car wash obtained by USA Today shows his mom stopping at the car wash to clean out her car. Elijah, dressed in a red shirt and white trainers, is then seen jumping out of his mom's car and running off in the direction of the highway. He has not been seen since. Tolleson police said the boy's mom claims to have seen her son jumping into a stranger's maroon SUV. But law enforcement officials have not been able to verify this, claims 12 News reported. You know what? Hold on a minute, because I want to write this. Elijah Gumbus. Because I have not seen a poster for him.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's why I want to make sure that there is something out there, unless he's been found already. But this is not that old. Now 1 month on, authorities were asking for the public's help in finding the missing teen. Investigators believe the 13-year-old could still be in Arizona or may have ventured to California, Louisiana, Nevada, or Illinois, the center said. Now, how do they know those specific areas? That's wild. Neither Elijah or his mom have any known ties to Arizona. Elijah's parents have a history of custody issues, but neither live in Arizona. The police have confirmed that the teen is not with either of them. Tolleson Police Lieutenant Lee Garrett told 12 News that authorities are trying to determine whether he just simply ran away. Maybe that's why there's no... Well, Nick Mick has this, though, still. There's a lot of areas there that he could have either met with somebody or taken off or hid or something like that. We had... But at the moment, that's the only information that we had on only surveillance. And the only surveillance that we had in that area, and that was able to pick him up in a direction to travel, he said. He's not a very big kid, so he's somebody that would stand out. He's got a very young face, so we're hoping that somebody will see this and realize that if he's on the streets or he is with somebody he shouldn't be, then they will call 911 immediately. Elijah is described as 5'5", weighs 130 pounds, brown eyes, black hair. Okay. And that was reported to KTLA. Anyone with information about the teen is urged to contact NCMEC at 1-800-THE-LOST or Tolleson Police Department at 1-623-936-7186. And again, there's a good look at him for those of you hat and no hat. Again, it looks like he may have I don't know, those are dreads or whatnot in his hair, but welcome, Tanya. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's a question too, Stormy. We don't know. Was he unhappy that they were traveling to a different area? Did he leave his friends behind and he didn't want to? There's a lot of things that could be involved in this situation. Most kids at this age have phones, and he could have been in contact with somebody on the phone and said, "Hey, we're in this area. Can you pick me up?" Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. We don't know. What are we talking about over here? Yes, Phil. I looked and I don't have the power to pin, so we will have to get Dago to do that. What are we asking? We could pop back and forth faster than Marty McFly with a radioactive DeLorean doing 80 miles per hour. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea, actually. Good point, Phil and SRB. Yes, I will do that here in just 1 second. So there again, guys, Elijah Gumbus has been missing now since August. Okay, August 31st. So if we know anything or anybody does see or remember anything from that point now, just saying. And that's the other thing too. That's what I was gonna say. So Paula says, "Come on now, what 13-year-old kid is going to run and jump in a car with someone on the highway in a state where he knows nobody?" That's what I mean. That's a very strange situation. Good morning, Virginia. Good to see you, brother. All right, Miss Cass, don't work too hard. Can we put? Give me 1 moment, folks. I'm going to set this up. It would make things a lot easier. Can we put Doodle's link back in chat for me real quick, guys, please? Or is it already here? No, it's right there. I got it. Let me pin it real quick. Boom. Okay. I got it, and it's pinned. There we go, guys. It should be pinned in the chat on the YouTube side of things. If you need to jump over, which I hope everybody does jump over there to like Doodle's side of things and subscribe if you haven't. It's pinned in the chat. Just click on it. It'll take you right there and you can come back. Either way.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me up here as your co-host. I appreciate you very much. Just think, with a link to each chat, we could just slide back and forth, slicker than lubed up list. Oh, for God, I'm done. I'm done with you, Phil. Moving on. Crystal says, "I feel like they could probably do better at checking the cameras in the area. Everybody has cameras." That's a good point, Crystal. Very good point. And they're calling this kid a runaway. So, okay, if that's the case, we all know. I hate the way that runaways are treated, guys. Runaways turn into abductions within seconds. I can't stand that. So this needs to be a little bit more important of a situation, I think. Wonderful to have you here, Tanya. Thank you, Moonlit, so very much. All right. So moving onward and upward. Where it is. Give me a second here. All right, so hold on here. This is kind of important. That was very loud. And we're going to give you guys a quick update on the Delphi situation. There's a lot of talk going on about hair being found in one of the victims' hands. So we're going to see what Court TV has to say. This dropped 19 hours ago, since that has been an issue and it has come out. Let's get an update and see what they're saying about that. Because if that's the case, that's a big deal. I don't think that it's what everybody's thinking. So we'll see. Real quick, though, thank you very much, SRB, for that. If you're enjoying the content, please consider giving Dago a tip. Always appreciated, never expected. And there's links there for Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Anybody that feels that they want to donate to the channel to support the channel that way, it is absolutely beyond appreciated, guys. It helps to keep us doing our shows every single day, but we never, ever expect it from you folks. Please understand. So thank you so much for that, SRB, and anybody that chooses to donate to the channel to support us. Thank you, and God bless. I don't think they do, Virginia. That's the thing. We're going to check it out real quick. Let's see what they're saying. This will be one of our longer segments, but it's not too long.
Now to Indiana, where day 2 of jury selection is underway and the highly anticipated Delphi murders trial for defendant Richard Allen. He is charged in the deaths of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German. Prosecutors say that Allen killed the 2 teenage girls while they were on a hike in a public park back in 2017. He has pleaded not guilty to both murders. Here's Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald with more on the background of this case.
On a Monday afternoon in February of 2017, best friends Abigail Williams and Liberty German went for a walk along the Delphi historic trails. While on the then abandoned Monon High Bridge, the girls were approached by a man. Libby started recording. The following day, Abby and Libby were found dead, about a quarter of a mile from the bridge. They had fatal cuts to their necks. In addition to the portion of Libby's cell phone video, police released 2 sketches. This one, in 2017, of a man they estimated to be in his 30s or 40s, then changing it to this one in 2019 of a much younger man.
The judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
In late 2022, Richard Allen, a 50-year-old pharmacy tech at the local CVS, was arrested. He'd admitted to being on the trails the day the girls went missing, but said he hadn't seen them. Prosecutors say an unfired bullet found at the crime scene matches Allen's gun, and say since he's been in custody, he's confessed more than 60 times. Allen's defense says he was psychotic at the time of those confessions. They say Allen is 100% innocent and that other men who law enforcement initially investigated are the real killers. But the judge ruled the defense won't be able to talk about those men at trial because they can't prove those men are connected to the murders. Judge Fran Gull isn't allowing cameras or other recording devices in court, leaving reporters to rely on handwritten notes of the testimony.
Joining me now with all the latest is our own Court TV senior producer, Barbara McDonald. Barbara, always great to be on with you. You have been there in the courtroom. Tell us, and we know this is not televised, jury selection's never televised, but this part also, not never, but usually, we know the whole trial will not be in the Delphi murders. So tell us all about what is the latest.
So right now there's some confusion about how many jurors have actually been selected. When we started the day, we thought we needed 2, and then we selected 2, and then we found out that there's still 1 more that the judge wants to get. So we're not sure if our numbers are off or if another juror has been dismissed. When we started the day today, the judge did dismiss 3 jurors that had been selected yesterday. 2 of them for health reasons, 1 medical, 1 health, and then 1 who was a young mom and said she would struggle to have childcare during the duration of this trial, which could last a month. The jury is going to be sequestered, meaning they're going to be away from their families, away from their electronics, and in hotel rooms through the duration of the trial. Judge?
And I know the sequestering of jurors, in my opinion, is not as common as it used to be. So before we get to one other thing I want to talk about, I just want to ask, was any reason provided by the court, Barbara, of why the decision was made to sequester jurors in this case?
Other than the pretrial publicity, no. And a lot of the jurors that had been questioned, we sat through 52 yesterday, and I believe 24 so far today. And quite a few of them did raise their hands and say they had been exposed to some media coverage. There were a small handful who said they had already formed an opinion that could not be changed, no matter what was presented in court, no matter what either side said or did. So those people were obviously excused. Many of the others who said they had been exposed to some media coverage of the case did say they could remain impartial, look at the evidence, and then make their decision based off that.
And tell us about Richard Allen, how he looks, his demeanor as he's inside this courtroom.
He looks a bit healthier. He, in He looks kind of gray. His color has returned. He is now in a county jail for jury selection. He's being held at the Allen County Jail. He will move to a jail close to Carroll County for the duration of the trial. But, you know, for about 2 years of his time behind bars, he's been held in a maximum security prison in really, really harsh conditions, solitary confinement at times, being housed as if he was on death row. That got overturned a couple of months ago, and he was released to another county jail. So the conditions in which he was being held have eased on him some, giving him more freedom, perhaps a little bit more chance to get out of his cell and perhaps get some exercise. We're seeing him for the first time dressed in street clothes. He is a man of small stature. He is said to be about 5'4", 5'5". He is not very heavy at this point. He has been wearing a collared shirt with no tie, a belt, and today he had on gray pants. Yesterday he had on khaki pants. He is unshackled in court. He is able to have a pen and a pad of paper. He communicates with his attorneys. He definitely seems to be paying attention to the proceedings.
All right. Now, I know that you've also learned some new details about evidence in this case. What can you tell us about that, please?
So both sides got to do mini opening statements before the jury, and that happened yesterday before the panel, and it happened again today. And one of the things that Andrew Baldwin, who is the defense attorney for Richard Allen, said that we had not heard before is that hair found in Abby's hand is not Richard Allen's. And he said that in his mini opening statement to the jury, the potential jurors, and he said emphatically that Richard Allen is an innocent man and the evidence will prove it. Of course, the prosecution feels differently. They feel the evidence is going to convict this man. He is facing 4 counts of murder, 2 intentional and 2 basically felony murder during the commission of a kidnapping. Jury selection is continuing right now. Tomorrow, we will probably be hearing a lot of motions that have been filed. Thursday, we should not be in session. And then opening statements on Friday, as you mentioned, Ashley.
And, you know, Barbara, I just have to ask you one more question while I have you, because I know you did Down the Hill, the podcast. So you've been very intimate with the facts of this case for a very long time. Tell me about outside of the courthouse. Are there a lot of people from the public? I've been there to visit as well, very intimately involved with the details of what was a cold case for a long time. And I would assume a lot of people are going to listen to be at the trial, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
We anticipate that's going to happen once the trial moves to Carroll County. We are in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We're about 2 hours away from Carroll County. Right now. There have not been a lot of people. There have been about 20 seats available for the public and 5 seats for the media. And so far, that has been able to accommodate all of the people who have come. I don't know of anybody who's been turned away. Once we get to Carroll County, there should be more media seats, about a dozen, as well as more seats for the public. I anticipate that that's where most of the people who are really interested in following this trial are going to be trying to get a seat. As you said, absolutely no reporting of any kind. We all have our notebooks. It's like the first day of school again. We all had to go to the store and buy notebooks and pens and highlighters and all those things that we would need so that we can take the best notes that we possibly can.
All right, Barbara McDonald, can't thank you enough for all your great reporting there live during jury selection of this case.
You're muted.
Sorry, my microphone was turned off. There's the answer there so far. That the what the hell did I do?
You changed your background.
I see that. That's weird. Hold on. Sorry. that the hair was not Richard Allen's hair. So that's something interesting to know. Who does that hair belong to? That's my interest, my curiosity.
Did they test that hair against the other people that, they kind of thought maybe it?
That's a very good point. Did they test it against all the other supposed suspects? Did they test it against other people?
I doubt they did because the judge won't allow them to even talk about the other people.
Just saying. I'd really like to know. Really, really would like to know. Honestly. That would tell a lot, in my opinion. Just saying.
I'm glad this trial has started, though. Maybe the family can get some justice, at least a little bit of closure.
Something, yes. Agreed. Something for sure. Um, let's see something here. I had something else I wanted to show you guys too that I had found. Excuse me. Come on now. Hold on here. Oh yeah, that's an understatement in my opinion. I think Judge Gall definitely should have been recused a long time ago. There's something not right with her. That's all there is to it. For those of you that were here and followed it as we covered the Delphi stuff, it was clearly evident that judge, there's something not right with her. That's all I'm saying. All right, back to give you a real quick update on this too. Let's see. Also, yes, I agreed, Cockney. Where is it?
Thank you, brutally.
Okay. Makes me want to keep my hair from my haircut right. I mean, anything's possible, Virginia. It's a very good point. Okay, so here's another case out of Illinois. Disgusting. In fact, let me throw this up real quick, guys, just because I just can't get over people anymore. Even teachers.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Now, I'm going to show you something. Two things, actually, that just blow my mind. We trust in certain things, okay? And people with our children. It's so hard to trust anyone anymore, and this is why.
I don't have sound, Dago. It might just be me, but I still don't have sound.
No sound?
Uh-uh.
Damn it. Sorry about that, folks. Let's try this again.
Accused sexual predator is out of the classroom and
How about now?
Yep. Sounds
Okay.
good.
behind bars instead. A long-term substitute teacher is accused of raping one of her 11-year-old students. We're taking a closer look at these horrifying allegations against Allie Bardfield with John Clune, an attorney and advocate for sexual abuse survivors. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Whipper. 32-year-old substitute teacher Allie Bardfield, who worked for Decatur Public School in Illinois as a long-term substitute teacher, has been arrested and charged with predatory criminal sexual assault. Does this sound familiar? We are seeing so many of these stories. Well, in a sworn statement to the court, a detective laid out what are very disturbing details that he says police were able to uncover during the course of this investigation, all about Bardfield's appalling behavior with her 6th grade student. Think about that. I want to talk about all of this as we go in through a lot of these details with John Clune, an attorney helping fight for victims in sexual abuse cases. John, thanks so much for coming on. I just want your initial reaction before we even jump into the court documents.
Yeah, like you said, it's incredibly disturbing. I think that with the age of the kid and the nature of the sexual act is probably a little on the more unusual side, but it's a great reminder for all of us and all of us that are parents that, it's not just male offenders that we have to be worried about. There are female offenders out there. It's a much smaller percentage, but this is a perfect example of where you can have a worst case scenario from somebody that you might have thought you could trust.
And by the way, thank you for the work that you do as we cover these stories. It's people like you who are able to get the victims of this some justice. So according to the detective's sworn statement, this woman, there was a woman who allowed her 11-year-old son to spend the night at the home of his teacher, Allie Bardfield. So the 6th grader was there for 25 hours from March 29th to March 30th. This is according to police. And when the boy got home, he...
Okay, first off, before we go any further with this, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me okay, Doodle?
Yep. Sounds good.
Why? My kids would never spend the night with their teacher. That's weird to me. Sorry. Not my fault was there.
Not. Absolutely not.
That's a strange situation, but okay. Just saying. I'm just gonna say that right out of the gate. Oh my God. You're a mess, Phil. Moving on. So yeah, no, you're not. My child does not need to spend the night with this teacher either. I don't care who it is. That's just weird to me. Sorry. So that's the first red flag right there.
He was apparently acting strangely. This is according to his mom. So the next day, she checked his phone, and what does she reportedly find? Cash App payments from Bardfield, totaling $700 over the last several months. She also reportedly checked her son's social media accounts and found photos and messages that the two had sent to each other. So when the boy's mom apparently asked him what was going on, he did admit that he had unprotected sexual intercourse with Bardfield. John, I mean, I don't know what aspect of this is more stunning than the next.
Yeah, and one of the things I think hits everybody initially is why is the kiddo staying at this teacher's house for 25 hours? Right. And it's easy to question that with the hindsight of knowing what actually transpired about the sexual abuse and the
$700 worth of Cash App payments. So she's paying this child either to be quiet or to continue doing what he was doing at 11 years old. 11.
Oh my, would I totally try to rock my orange jumpsuit. Just saying.
That's 3 years older than my granddaughter. And I'm looking at my granddaughter. How old is Preston?
He's 9.
Okay.
Yeah, no way.
There's no small children, folks. How in the hell is an adult? What? You know what's effed up? Do you know how often this happens now with teachers? Female teachers.
What? When did this start?
It's been going on, Doodle. I have found so many cases of female teachers accosting male students, female students at a very young age, all the way up to the age of 17, 18.
We never had this when I was in school. But then again, all of our teachers were all like shaped like the lunch lady. So maybe that's it. I don't know, but
Well,
something has went wrong here.
yeah, yeah, there's something not right at all. Okay, now don't get me wrong. When I was in middle school, I think it was, I had a huge crush on my math teacher. She was beautiful, and I had, kids, boys. They get the thoughts about this or that. But if something ever were to come out of that, I would have ran from it. You know what I mean? No, that's not right. I don't understand what an adult. I mean, it's a disease, obviously, but there's so many of them, guys. I could go into this computer right now, and we could sit here for the next 2 hours, and I could pull out case after case after case after case of female teachers doing this to male students. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And these are, listen, I don't think it has anything to do with this, but I'm just, in a thought process, you're like, maybe if they're just unattractive and nobody likes them, they're looking for that companionship of some sort. A lot of these teachers, these women are very attractive women who are married in some senses to very attractive partners.
And how does that even make sense?
It doesn't.
What's wrong with you?
It makes no sense, Doodle. None. And that's the thing, Paula, you're right. There was always male teachers that were getting in trouble for this. Yes, I walked in on one time. I mean, I didn't know that's what I was walking in on until way later, but that's kind of the normal side to this, if you want to call it that. That's something that is kind of expected in some ways. But to see these female teachers doing this, and here we hear it, 11-year-old. I read a story of a 9-year-old or 7-year-old. It was a 7-year-old child. And this woman believed her own words that they were in a relationship, that she was going to wait, although she ended up going to prison, for him to become 18 and they were going to get married. Are you serious? What happened? That's all I'm saying is what happened. I don't get it.
I don't
Sorry, I
think
didn't interrupt.
it's these. I think it's a choice, and these people need to get their crap together. This is ridiculous.
Is that the same one, SRB? She said they did get married. If it's the same case, I know that there was a case of, I don't know if it's the same one, but yeah. And it's society is making it the norm. Look at the news. They get a smack on the wrist. TV and music are sexualized. Very good point, Ridley. Very good point. Yes, I agree. This is crazy to me.
Cash App payments, but knowing also that this woman has kids of her own, this could have been something that looked like just a normal sleepover at the time that the kid went over to stay at her house for the night. So although it kind of stands out that he was at the house for 25 hours, it might have been nothing more than a normal sleepover until you find out the events thereafter. But there's also some good things that I think are notable here in what you just read. I mean, first of all, the boy's acting strangely, and good for the mom for following up with that. A lot of times as parents, our kids act strangely all the time. And most of the time we just kind of slough it off. They're in a mood or whatever. We're just going to let it go. So good for the mom for following up with that. Good for the mom for checking his phone, at the age of 11. I think that, phones can be a good safety measure, but they also have to have limitations and they have to be checked. And so that was a smart decision on the mom's part and good for the kid for having the courage to admit what had happened. It must have been incredibly embarrassing. And who knows what instruction he was given from Miss Bardfield about keeping the secret.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, particularly about the idea of the mom. We don't want to cast any blame on her. This is not necessarily abnormal for this to happen, but clearly what escalated was abnormal. The Cash App payments, have you seen that before? And why does that usually happen?
I don't think I've seen the Cash App payments. I've seen, we've for years, even before we had apps like this, we've seen offenders make promises or make gifts to children. It's a part of, the grooming process. It develops the relationship. And the interesting thing is that it actually probably qualifies as sex trafficking as well. That would be a federal crime, although Illinois may have their own version of that. But paying, a financial transaction for child sexual abuse would qualify as trafficking. So giving some sort of promise is a common thing. I don't know that I've seen something like Cash App or Venmo used as part of the process. But
it's stories like this that just remind me how important it is to be careful about who you let into your life. Do you know the people in your life? It's a scary thing to think about, but that is why I want to talk to you about our incredible sponsor who may be able to help you out, Truth Finder. Truth Finder is a service that can provide actual safety for you guys. And I say that because Truth Finder is one of the largest public records search services in the United States. Their goal is to help people like you learn about the people in their lives. And here's how it works. You go record searches. Also, you know what's really useful? Now, here's the kicker. Right now, you can get sidebar. Hope you check it out. So the boy apparently did tell police that he was, in fact, sexually assaulted by his teacher, Miss Barfield, and even described that on the night of March 29th, he slept.
Good morning, Lucy Goosey. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great start to your day, and I appreciate you joining us.
Over her home, was in her bedroom. They had sexual intercourse. Barfield even allegedly told him that she would send him nude photos on the Snapchat app. I mean, you mentioned it before, John, about how difficult this must be for this boy to admit this. But just the idea of this woman treating this, I'm putting this in quotation, relationship as if it was like two consenting adults, the exchanging of, these messages, the exchanging of nude photographs, the sexual intercourse. What drives somebody in your experience to do this with a young child?
Yeah, well, it's super predatory. It's super deviant. There's no kind of relationship that involves this kind of behavior with an 11-year-old. So, this is somebody who is a predatory sex offender. And, we see it, with victims at ages even much younger, even, toddlers, infants. So I can't get into the mind of what drives somebody to do it, but it's somebody who has a super unhealthy psyche for sure.
Yeah, and you just think about the impact that this has on such a young boy. But it doesn't end there, because you might be saying, oh, that seems like they have a lot of evidence against Barfield. I didn't get to this part, because police had the boy text Barfield and speak to her on the phone and FaceTime, all while all officers were listening and watching all of this, all in the presence of his mom, too. She consented to this. And they texted and talked about birth control and pregnancy, telling him she can't get pregnant. Barfield allegedly told the boy to delete a message. And she at one point said that she missed him a whole lot. John, have you ever seen that? And look, law enforcement, they did get permission from the court to do this, but have you ever seen this kind of sting operation like this?
This is a pretty, we call them pretextual phone calls. Now they're texts and video chats as well. But this is something that's been used by law enforcement for many, many years. It can be the case breaker, which it kind of is here as well. You get a call or a text message from somebody that you recently had, some sort of untoward encounter from, and you think it's a private conversation and it's really being directed by law enforcement. In most states, you don't even have to get, court approval to do this. It's just a voluntary phone call. You do have to be careful with, when you're dealing with an 11-year-old, you have to make sure that you have some comfort level that this is not going to be a re-traumatizing experience for the kiddo to make these calls. But if the kiddo can do it, which he obviously did here, it can be incredibly compelling evidence, as you just described.
Oh, yeah. And not surprisingly, she was arrested the next day at her home. And after reading her Miranda rights to her, law enforcement, apparently Barfield agreed to speak to officers and allegedly admitted what she did, not only to the sexual component of the sex act, but exchanging the nude photos component. And she tried to suggest that the boy came onto her, John.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of the both the digital evidence on the phone and the pretextual phone call that they did, is you can just show this individual the information they already have, and they're going to be hard pressed to deny what's going on.
She blamed this on the 11-year-old child coming onto her.
So she's also a narcissist.
Oh, who's the adult here? You can't control. What is there attractive about an 11-year-old boy to a woman?
I don't know, but this has gone so bad. This is terrible.
It's horrible. This makes no sense. And she's got her own children. Obviously, there's a father, husband. And that's the thing. It's clearly she's not normal, SRB says. But how many of these people exist, guys? I'm telling you, we could sit here and I could go through at least 40 cases like this. They're the same situation. It makes no sense of me. That's what I mean. How do you have that line of thinking? What is it that is appealing about a little boy? I'm sorry. I don't get this. I just don't get it. Listen, it's not right on either side of the table, okay? Men that do this to, little girls, little boys, whatever. We see that happen a lot more often. And it's something that is attributed to the disease, sickness. They're effed in the head, per se. But for a woman to go into this situation and call it a relationship that she's having with an 11-year-old child, some of these kids still believe in Santa Claus, for Christ's sakes, guys. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't fathom how it just doesn't. I can't even explain what I'm trying to say. It just blows my mind.
I hope
I
they
don't think.
questioned her kids too, because
What'd you say?
I hope they questioned her kids too.
Oh God, yes. I pray to God. Yeah, I pray that they do. I pray that they do. And forgive or not forgive, but God bless the husband. You know, that's got to be completely humiliating to that guy and horrific. You know, so welcome, Chopper. Good to see you today. Oh, I appreciate you joining us. I'm sorry. Yeah, definitely. There's some kind of there's something in the background here, and I'd like to understand that. It's very weird, very weird.
Going on when they have her own voice, you know, in this phone call. So I'm not surprised that there were some admissions made. It's obviously disturbing that she then kind of suggested it was the boy who was the aggressor. But I've seen that before with other, particularly with female victims or female offenders, where even much younger boys, they suggest that they were the initiator of the sexual contact, which obviously makes no sense. But either that's where she sees it in kind of a more warped view of the events, or she just feels like she needs to say something to not be responsible for it.
Unbelievable. Now, look, these are allegations at this point, but I should tell you, the Macon County State Attorney, Scott Reuter, seems drop the initial, there was a grooming charge. It was quoted as saying, quote, the grooming charge is a much less serious criminal offense. I felt that we had a very strong case with respect to the more serious charge, so I didn't want to get distracted basically on that when we've got the most serious charge filed. And the what I mentioned before, the Predatory Sex Act carries, I believe, 6 to 60 years in prison. A, what do you make of that idea to now just go forward with, I think, the most serious charge? And B, how strong of a case is this right now?
Yeah, so I mean, different prosecutors do things differently. When I was a prosecutor, there were a lot of times that I would streamline the case and go forward with just the more serious charge. Sometimes, depending on the facts of the case, I might go with everything that we could possibly prove. So I'm sure that's just a strategy decision on the part of the prosecutor's office. And how strong of a case presuming that there isn't any Fourth Amendment issues where these, this phone call or these confessions can be thrown out. It's an incredibly strong case. It would be, I know she's pled not guilty, but
which I don't get, because if she admitted it, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you, Chopper. I appreciate that very much.
I think that's a temporary plea, is my suspicion. Her lawyer doesn't want her to plead guilty yet because he or she wants to see if they can get some sort of plea bargain, some sort of sentence concession, something other than just pleading guilty to the charges straight up. So I would expect that to be something that changes as her attorney tries to get something for her in negotiating.
If a plea were to be worked out, what would she be looking at? Any prison time at all? And if she took it to trial and was found guilty, what do you think she'd be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, if you take it to trial and lose, you shouldn't get punished for exercising your rights. But some judges feel like, that's somebody who has never taken responsibility for what they did. And so they might be facing a longer sentence. I'd be surprised if there was a plea bargain that didn't involve some sort of prison time. I mean, this is an incredibly serious charge. This kid is going to be dealing with this issue in some fashion for the rest of his life. And I think judges are pretty attuned to those things. So I'd be surprised if she could get something that doesn't involve a prison sentence, but maybe the job of her attorney is to negotiate something that limits the maximum sentence that she could get.
Now, the Decatur Public Schools, they fired Bardfield when she was arrested. Not a shocker there. She's been behind bars since her arrest after a judge denied her pretrial release. She chose to waive her preliminary hearing. That's usually where the prosecution is you have to present your evidence of what you have. And she's going to be back at court at the beginning of June. So we'll see if she changes her plea or what might happen. The victim's family announced in early April that they've retained attorneys to pursue legal action against not only Bardfield, but also Decatur Public Schools. The legal team said in a statement, quote, on April 3rd, 2024, Allie Bardfield was arrested on charges of grooming and predatory criminal sexual assault of our client. The accused abused her position as a sixth grade teacher to exploit our client's trust and engage in reprehensible acts. Ms. Bardfield's actions have had a profound and lasting impact on our client, which will likely lead to significant physical, emotional, and psychological challenges. The perpetrator's predatory actions have left our client with permanent injuries that have greatly disrupted his and his family's daily life. As a result, we will be pursuing justice not only against Ms. Bardfield, but also the school district as a whole, which failed to properly train and supervise in order to ensure the safety and well-being of its students. We are determined to hold both the perpetrator and the school fully accountable under the law. Strong lawsuit, John?
Maybe. I think, you have to keep in mind when schools are responsible when they've done something wrong, not when one of their employees necessarily has done something wrong. So that's why the lawsuit is couched
Sorry, Illinois, Mama Bear. Sorry about that.
as failure to train or supervise. So you have to have some sort of information that, the school was on notice that they should have done more training or supervising for this particular individual. I mean, it's a case that could get strong as the case moves forward, or maybe there's more facts that the family has that aren't, disclosed in the limited articles that are out there. But it's certainly understandable to be very frustrated with the school, and there certainly could be liability there, but we have to wait and see.
And she was married, Barfield, married with children. Husband, Casey, recently filed for their marriage to be dissolved and also filed for an emergency order of protection from his former wife on behalf of the 4 minor children. As far as we can tell from court records, Barfield doesn't have any criminal history aside from some minor traffic infractions and ordinance violations. Let's just end it with this, John. Not surprising, we see somebody in these cases living another life, having an affair. I mean, I've covered so many of these cases of educators who are married or have children or who are, engaged. They do this. And does that ever surprise you? Does that ever shock you?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. And I guess the immediate concern is having these, her own kiddos interviewed, because it's not uncommon to have crossover behavior between, an offender finding victims that aren't their own children and are their own children. So, hopefully there are not more victims here, but that'd be my first reaction to hearing about the kids and the need for the emergency protection order from the husband. Or with the husband.
John Clune, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate your point of view.
Thank you, Jesse. See you.
There you go. Pretty wild, guys. Pretty wild. Just saying.
I feel so bad for that kid. He's got to live with this the rest of his life.
It's going to cause some kind of permanent issues, I'm going to imagine. Definitely. Now, once again, these are people we trust. Welcome, Chris. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Even here's the thing. Let's say this, for instance, which I can't imagine a child being bold enough to approach an adult woman this way. Okay. But let's just say that he did say something to her. Did approach her in this way. Okay. What kind of a mindset do you have to go forth with or like reciprocate with that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy.
When I picture an 11-year-old little kid, I can't process this, you guys. That's what I'm struggling with, is processing this. It's crazy. Now, again, these are the people we trust, unfortunately. Now, I got one more here that I want to show you guys that is probably worse. But I don't know if I guess it would be worse than a teacher. And it's in the same boat. It's in the same boat. Okay. And this is, again, saying these are people we trust with our children to handle the situations. And they're doing these things. A social worker, folks. A social worker. Okay, this is somebody you're supposed to be able to go to for help with your children. If they're there to make things right for the kids. Let me put it that way. Check this out. Wait, let me make sure I'm giving you audio again. The teacher's bad enough, in my opinion, but a social worker is the person that steps in when there's issues going on in a child's life. And they're supposed to be the, utmost trusted, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're the ones that the kids trust to tell anything to.
Supposed to be able to. Supposed to be able to. Thank you, Doodle.
A catastrophic betrayal of trust.
Guilty. That's the word for a now disgraced social worker who was caught sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy she'd been assigned to counsel.
Yeah, Peyton Shires has a death sentence if she's required to register as a sexual offender.
What's more, the boy's mother found out about the assaults through texts, photos, and videos on the teenager's phone.
You would be appalled at how often we see a personality disorder with the abusers. In other words, they are above the law. They will not get caught.
Things take yet another turn when the counselor shows up at the boy's home armed with a gun.
She's already being charged with sexual assault of a minor, and now she takes a firearm to the parents' home. I think that really reveals her desperation. She got caught.
We're taking a deep dive into the case so far and a look ahead at what's next for the boy's family.
So I think this is a really solid case against Shire's employer, and this is.
You know what, Stormy? That's amazing. That's an amazing statement right there. Think of it like this. They're predators. These people will put themselves in the position to be around children, aka teachers, coaches, social workers, babysitters, etc., people that you trust. That's a very, very amazing and strong statement, because we don't think of it that way. They're purposely putting themselves in these positions to be able to be around our children. See, I've never looked at it like that. That's a great statement, Stormy. Thank you. And that's really sad. Like, this one here looks like, yeah, she looks like she's 14 or 15.
She sure does.
She sexually abuses a 13-year-old that she is counseling. Counseling. We're taking our children to these people to help them, and they're hurting them more. I can't.
Easily a 7-figure case.
Let's begin with a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Now Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping users to file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues through their incognito. This is the story of 24-year-old Peyton Shires, who is now up against a nearly 3-decade-long prison sentence.
This is a social worker who is supposed to be looking out for the best interest of a 13-year-old boy during a traumatic time for him. And what does she do? She manipulates him, violates his trust, and allegedly sexually abuses him. Doesn't get any worse than this.
That's criminal defense attorney Brian Claypool, who specializes in sex abuse cases.
When you have a female with a young boy, sometimes in the mind of the female, like, they're thinking, hey, this isn't that bad. This isn't wrong. Boys want to be with girls. So I'm not really doing anything out of the ordinary. In fact, maybe I'm even helping this young man move along with his sexual development.
The case takes us back to June 2023, when Shires was assigned to counsel a 13-year-old boy in Columbus, Ohio. The boy allegedly had behavioral issues at school, and his parents brought him to the National Youth Advocate Program for help. That's when Shires first connected with the boy, and from there, the interactions quickly grew nefarious. By fall 2023, the boy's mother had become suspicious and eventually found messages on his phone from Shires. In the texts, Shires asked the boy whether his mother had found any photos or videos, or if they'd been deleted. When police took a closer look, they found those photos and videos showing explicit images of Shires and the boy.
Well, a lot of these sexual abuse cases involving minors aren't figured out, and they are not prosecuted without some tangible, credible, reliable, corroborating evidence. We always hear the word corroborate. You really need that in a sexual abuse case involving a minor. Why? Because prosecutors often look at a young.
JC says, my dad, welcome, JC. It's good to see you today, hon. My dad's been a teacher / coach for 37 years. This shit drives him wild. There's enough untrue accusations, and there's bad apples out there in the school systems that give them. Yes. Very, very good point. Just as much as it is with law enforcement or any other situation, there's a bad apple. There's always one bad apple that can spoil the entire bunch, guys. You know, I coached football and baseball. I coached girls softball at one time. These are the things that make you nervous. Like, you don't want to do these things anymore because people are always, because of this, me included, are going to be looking at everybody else like, are you sure? Can I trust you around my child? This is the problem. These are all the people that we've always trusted with our kids. You know, when it comes to the point where you're having a social worker, for Christ's sakes, the child's having behavioral issues in school. So we're going to take him to a counselor and see what's going on. She'll help. Are you serious? This is nuts. It's nuts. I'm sorry.
This prep right here is what makes good parents do bad things.
Agreed. And then here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. When a parent flips out because somebody has hurt their child and ends up killing somebody or harming somebody, they go to prison for it. There's got to be a line drawn somewhere. There's got to be somehow where this weighs itself out, guys, because this is getting ridiculous. And I agree with you, Chris. The longer that we live, we're going to see more and more stuff like this, guys. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And here it is. Here it is. Once again, I have to go back and blame social media in some senses, because now, as we're hearing in both these cases, there's Cash App, or no, I don't want to say social media. I'm going to say technology and social media, okay? There's Cash App payments being sent to taunt this child, as well as pictures that are sent via social media. Again, all these things didn't happen probably as much back in the 70s and 80s, because we didn't have all this technology to do all these extra things that can make this progress forwardly in a different fashion. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, granted, somebody could make a statement to somebody. It's up to you to make the decision as an adult to not follow through with something you shouldn't. That's all there is to it. So this is crazy to me. And that's why I wanted to show these two back to back. I wanted to show the teacher situation, somebody that we really trust in our kids, with our kids, I'm sorry. And now we're moving into an actual social worker that is supposed to be helping. And here it is again. Both of these women are attractive women. One of them was in a relationship for sure. I don't know about this girl, but both of them could be in relationships with anybody, guys. Is it because they can control the situation? Is that part of this, maybe? Because it's a child. They're controlling that situation. When you're with a grown man, sometimes you can't control that situation. I get that. But this still doesn't make sense to me. I don't see the attraction to this. I don't understand it. The immaturity level, that must say to me, like, are these women that immature?
Sure
And they're
seems
getting...
that way.
Yeah, that's how it's coming off. You know what I mean? Elizabeth, welcome. The boys who were out of school during the virus are the worst. They're lost. A lot of them, yeah. That's true. A lot of the kids that were out of school because of the pandemic definitely are lost. It's changed a lot. A lot of things have changed, I'll say, since that's happened, guys. It's the social interaction skills and things like that have gone to the wayside. It's pretty wild. Brittany Anderson. Oh, yeah. I remember this one. I do remember this one. I can't remember the woman's name, but there was another teacher that I followed a whole documentary on. Her victim was 16, I think. Okay. And they were in a relationship, according to her. She did a full-blown interview. She did. And meanwhile, awaiting like court hearings and stuff. And she lost her job as a teacher, obviously. So she goes and gets a job working at a strip club. Okay. Again, another attractive woman goes in, gets a job as a dancer, an exotic dancer, whatever you want to call it, stripper, whatever. They're following this woman, this documentary crew, camera crew and stuff. They're watching what she's doing, and they're following her around, this and that. Guess who shows up and goes in to see her? This 16-year-old kid that she claims they're no longer talking, or they're no longer together. They got caught together again. And again, you're already being charged with this. Let's make good decisions now. Let's change the situation. She kept on going with it. I don't get it. It's crazy to me.
Person 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, and they say that person may not be as reliable, right? Their memory may not be as sharp, and they may not be able to hold out on the stand, right? Are you going to prosecute a case against an alleged child molester with a 13-year-old who's got to get up on the stand in front of jurors in a courtroom and tell the story? So oftentimes prosecutors are reluctant to go forward with the prosecutions of the abuse of minors. But here you have additional corroborating evidence. I mean, I had a case a couple of years ago with a 15-year-old girl attending a private Catholic school here in the Los Angeles area, and we had the same thing happen. Father finds text messages from a female teacher. So this is a female teacher with a female student. And I have to tell you, the text message exchange between the 15-year-old girl and the female teacher was the basis of the entire case. I read through a litany, like a booklet of text messages between the two, and that sealed the prosecution of that female teacher.
What's interesting to me in this case, you spoke about corroborating evidence, and Peyton Shires had sent this boy text messages. So we have the texts, and then additionally, there's allegedly video or photos of them in these sexual positions. Why would she leave all this evidence out there? Would she think that she's just going to get away with it?
Yeah, great question. So I've done a lot of sexual abuse cases involving minors, and you would be appalled at how often we see a personality disorder with the abusers. In other words, they are above the law. They will not get caught. And for example, here, when you have a female with a young boy, sometimes in the mind of the female, like they're thinking, hey, this isn't that bad. This isn't wrong. Boys want to be with girls. So I'm not really doing anything out of the ordinary. In fact, maybe I'm even helping this young man move along with his sexual development. So I feel like it's a borderline personality disorder that a lot of these abusers have. And by the way, I've been involved in cases where the abuser abuses multiple victims. I had a case recently against the city of Santa Monica where a man volunteered at a police activities league, a nonprofit with after-school kids, and he ended up abusing young boys and some young women for the span of 10 to 15 years. This went on, and he dressed up like a police officer, pretended to be a cop, did what this woman did here, would take the kids out to eat, would buy them gifts, grooming, and it went on for years. So you could ask yourself too, what's this guy thinking? How does he think he's not going to get caught? And I think that's what happened here. But one thing that's important in these abuse cases involving minors is the grooming process. So if you're a parent watching this, you need to be paying attention to your child interacting with a social worker, with a therapist, with a teacher, with a doctor, with a priest. You've got to pay close attention to that relationship, because oftentimes you will see what's called grooming, because these abusers have to build a trust level with the minor before the abuse takes place. And that's how they do it: buying them gifts, buying them clothes, buying them tennis shoes. And that's where parents can try to preempt this and then do what the young man's mom did here. Look at your phone and see if there's anything happening here, which she did find that out.
After the boy's mother contacted police, they set up a three-way call where Shires admitted to the sexual assaults. Shires spoke on the phone with the boy's mother as police secretly listened in to her confession. That led to her arrest in October 2023 and initial charges of sexual contact with a minor. Shires was released on $50,000 bond, but that's not where the story ends. There's multiple facets to this case because there was this alleged relationship happening for some time, but then after Peyton Shires was arrested, she was arrested again, and this is because she went to the victim's home with a gun and then was suicidal at the front door. There were hours-long standoff outside of this home. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
I've not seen a case or heard of a case where an alleged child molester would grab a deadly weapon and then go to the home of the parent of the child allegedly molested and threaten to kill herself. The reason why we don't see that often is because it's adding fuel to the fire. I mean, she's already being charged with sexual assault of a minor, and now she takes a firearm to the parent's home. I think that really reveals her desperation. She got caught, and it's what we call the art of deflection in the litigation world, where she was trying to deflect, right? And think about what she did. She was now portraying herself as the victim. Oh my God, I'm going to have to commit suicide if you talk about this, or if you tell on me. If you cooperate with prosecutors, I might have to kill myself. I mean, think about that. That's another mental psychotic disorder, I think, that she's suffering from as well.
This incident led to additional charges for Shires, including intimidation to a victim or witness and discharging a firearm as the gun she brought to the victim's home went off. It seems to me that these two things paired together led to the plea deal, so that corroborating evidence that we spoke of, and then these additional charges that came when she had this weapon outside of their home. Do you think that the plea deal was the correct route to take?
Yeah, given everything we're talking about, you have text messages that are confirming the sexual encounters. You have videotape. Where do you ever get videotape of a sexual encounter between an adult female and a 13-year-old boy? You hardly ever see that. So prosecutors had that in their backpack. And then you add on to that the fact that Shires ends up going to the home. It's the worst thing she could have ever done. Going to the home of the young boy with a gun and threatening to kill herself. By the way, that re-traumatized the 13-year-old. It traumatizes the parent, but that made things even worse. So that's why I believe that Shires ended up copping a plea deal now, because who knows, the further this case could have gone along, they might have found out more damaging information about Shires. Maybe they found more text messages. Maybe they found something on her phone. Maybe they found another videotape, and maybe the charges get elevated. Maybe she's looking at more jail time. So I think what her lawyers did is they cut off the bleeding. Yeah, you caught us. This was bad. Let's try to minimize the damage.
As part of the plea deal Shires made in late May, she was found guilty of 4 counts of unlawful sexual misconduct with a minor. 1 count of inducing panic with a firearm specification, and 1 count of intimidation to a victim or witness. A second intimidation charge was dropped, as was the discharging firearm charge, as investigators later determined Shires hadn't purposely fired the weapon at the boy's home. Moving forward, she has sentencing ahead of her, and she could face up to 28 years behind bars. What do you feel about that sentence? Do you think that the judge will lean toward the lengthier sentence or a lesser sentence because this is her first offense?
Yeah, I think the judge is going to lean toward a lesser sentence. I have, over the last decade, I've seen a lot of child sexual abuse cases, and I have been bitterly disappointed with the length of jail time that these molesters are given. It is staggering, especially out here in California. I mean, I had a case of a teacher at an elementary school years ago, and he was indicted on molesting 7 or 8 young girls, and he got 25 years to life. Are you serious? 25 years of life? That means he could be out on parole after about 18 years. Are you kidding me? And by the way, there were more kids that he molested. The indictment only had 7 or 8. Here you've got, and again, I'm not minimizing what she did, but it's probably her first criminal offense, probably her first offense involving a sexual nature against a minor. The court's going to look at her job history. She's got a responsible job. She was working as a social worker. And again, you've got the mental health component too. I think that's going to have to be looked at by the judge before he issues a sentence, wouldn't you think? I mean, here you got a woman going to the boy's home with a gun threatening to kill herself. She has some mental health issues that I think need to be flushed out before she goes to sentencing. And by the way, her lawyer, Shire's lawyer, might argue that because of the mental health issue that she had, he or she will argue for leniency. I wouldn't be surprised if Shire's lawyer has Shire's examined by a forensic psychologist, for example, to go through what's going on in her mind, why she would do this to a 13-year-old, why allow videotape, why text, why go to the home with the gun. Is there some kind of underlying mental health issue? A good criminal defense lawyer is going to delve into that and bring that to the judge at sentencing. And if her lawyer does that, then I think you're going to see a shorter sentence. I mean, we have a problem across the country with.
I don't think that the baby is the social workers, but we never know. Who knows? I don't think so, though.
With prosecuting child molesters, like you said, we finally have corroborating evidence. Let's go forward. We don't want to rely on a 13-year-old on the stand. But more important than that, I just think across the board, across our country, these jail terms are too short for sexual abusers of minors. I wouldn't be surprised if she got a jail sentence of somewhere, between 5 and 8 years, and then she's eligible for parole after 3 or 4 years because this is her first offense and because of perceived mental health issues. And look, the fact that she had a good job with the county as a social worker will be percolating in the mind of the judge. The judge might be thinking, should we allow this woman to be rehabilitated? I know out here in California, and especially here in LA County, our district attorney believes in rehabilitation. So shorter jail terms, let's work on rehabilitating the perpetrator to get he or she back out into society to be productive rather than putting somebody behind bars for 25 or 28 years.
In all, Shires could face 28.5 years behind bars, but that's not all. Another aspect of this case, too, is that she'll have to register as a Tier 2 sex offender for 25 years, at least according to the reporting that I've seen. So how would that label affect Peyton Shires in the future?
Yeah, Peyton Shires has a death sentence if she is required to register as a sexual offender. How in the world is she going to go out and get a job? Think about it. Employers are required to do background checks on all of their employees. And if she tries to go to apply to get a job anywhere, especially a government job with a county or a city or the state or even the federal government, this is going to pop up on her record. So I don't know how she's ever going to be around students again. Let's talk about that. No school, no social services agency is going to hire her to be around students. Why? Because now what she's done has put potential employers at risk in a civil forum. So whenever we go after, when there's a perpetrator of a minor, we typically go after the employer in a civil court. We go after who hired her. We argue they didn't do an adequate background check. And in this case with Shires, they didn't properly supervise her. They negligently supervised her that led to her sexually abusing this young boy. So she has now put at risk all of her potential employers for being sued if something happens again, if she is hired. So I mean, the only route I could see for Shires is if she somehow creates her own business, right? Becomes an entrepreneur and tries to start her own business where there doesn't have to be any kind of copious background check.
You spoke about civil lawsuits there, and that's something in this case that the family is moving forward with. So the 13-year-old boy and his family has filed a civil suit against the National Youth Advocate Program. They want at least $50,000. Do you think they have a strong case?
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? I've done a lot of these cases, and I have currently right now I have about 7 or 8 cases against the LA County Department of Social Services, Department of Family and Social Services, a similar agency to where Peyton Shires was hired, not for a counselor abusing a child, but because these kids were in danger, in harm's way, and then they ended up tortured, killed. Then we go after the county for failing to remove those kids when they were in danger. But putting that aside, I mean, I handle a lot of sexual abuse cases, and the monetary value of these cases is in the millions. I mean, they're saying they're asking for $50,000, but if they have a good lawyer, this is easily a 7-figure case. Why? Because of what we just talked about. The county where Shires work has an obligation to supervise her. That's an important factor. And then one of the factors that you've got to prove in these child sexual abuse cases is that the employer knew or should have known. Those are the two standards across the country. You only need to prove one or the other. The easiest way to prove it is that the county knew, right? So whatever county Shires work for, what you have to do now, the lawyers for this young man have to now request or subpoena all prior complaints that were lodged against Shires since she was hired as a social worker. That all becomes fair game. That's how you build the civil case. Was there a prior report, for example, of another patient she attended to where the minor child complained to her getting too close to him, or any kind of complaint that puts the county where Shires worked at on notice that she might pose a risk of harm, is the standard, to a minor? Then you've proved that the county knew that she could be a risk to this young man. The other standard that we use a lot, it's a little harder, but you can build a case, is that the county that she worked for should have known that she posed a risk of harm to young minor patients. How do you prove that? Well, you take depositions, you ask questions of supervisors. Hey, how much training did you give Shires? How often would you supervise her? How often would you actually go into a session with her? Did you monitor her after hours? Did you do any reviews of her? So you build it, constructively by inference, basically. But look, in this case, when you've got video, you've got the text messages, and by the way, in a civil case, the first thing you have to prove is that the abuse happened, right? People forget about that. We're talking about how to hold a county where Shires work responsible. The first fact is, was this 13-year-old abused? In all the cases I do, sometimes that's hard, right? Because you don't have what you talk about. You don't have the text messages. You don't have the video. Then you've got to prove it through the testimony of a minor. But here, they have that. The 13-year-old has that. So I think this is a really solid case against Shires' employer, and this is easily a 7-figure case.
Law and Crime reached out to the NYAP for comment on Shires' arrest. They responded in part, quote, "Protecting children is everyone's responsibility. The National Youth Advocate Program is saddened by the situation involving one of our former employees and a young person served by our organization." The statement went on to say the organization is cooperating with law enforcement. Claypool says the case is unfortunately not uncommon, meaning there's important protocol employers should be following.
We should also talk about Shires' employer. Her employer needs to formally put in her employment record that she was fired. I have seen cases where teachers are accused of sexually assaulting a minor, and then that teacher ends up leaving the school, for example, and ends up percolating years later in another school, right? And then another school or another county looks to hire this person, and they they get the personnel file or ask the employer, and there's no notation in the file that this employee was fired, and then they get rehired somewhere else. That's putting aside the fact that if Shires is a registered sex offender, what if she tries to go get a job when she gets out of jail? What if an employer misses, right, doing a check to see if she's a registered sex offender? I've never done that hiring people in my law firm. What if an employer misses that? Well, the second tier of protection is, how does the employer of the alleged molester handle the termination? I just had a recent case with an adult victim of child sexual abuse, and it was staggering. This guy that had molested in a police report 6 young girls in 5th grade, they let him go. He was eventually prosecuted, but they just okay, do you want to put in your letter of resignation? They let this guy resign. But for him being convicted, he could have very well have ended up being a teacher somewhere else. So that's a really important part of this.
Even if a conviction isn't made, Claypool suggests all inappropriate behavior should be reported and documented.
So let's even hypothetically say that there wasn't evidence to convict Shires in this case. It should be noted in her file, in her personnel file, that there was a report by a 13-year-old of her allegedly sexually molesting that 13-year-old, that the county in this case did an investigation, and that they either kept her on or let her go. But what's really important for employers across this country is, if you have somebody that was accused of molesting a minor, that better be documented somewhere, so that this potential molester cannot then go to another employer, and then that future employer calls up the prior employer. Hey, what do you think of this gal? Should I, any bad information? And they're like, oh no, she resigned. So it's super important in these child sexual abuse cases that employers are responsible. They document why an employee has been fired.
For now, Shires is being held in the Greene County Jail as she awaits sentencing. She's due back in court for that on June 27th. Reporting for Long Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
All right. A little bit long, guys. Sorry about that. But I just thought that it was really, like, seriously important to talk about that because it is so crazy. So crazy that...
Imagine being like her ex-boyfriend or something. My goodness. I mean, this has affected so many people.
It is. It very much is. You are absolutely right, Doodle. It's crazy. And again, that 11-year-old boy is going to grow up to be, or that 13-year-old boy is going to grow up and have issues from this. The 11-year-old boy with the teacher is going to grow up and have issues from this. And what are they going to do to the people that caused it? They're going to be punished and move on with their lives. This child has to live with this forever now. I don't understand it.
It's crazy. It is. It's just crazy.
It's beyond crazy. You're right. You are absolutely correct. It's one of the craziest things I've ever truly seen. And it's happening so very often. So very often. Oh Lord. So let's see here. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let me see. Oh yeah. By the way, just to show you guys this here. Now there is an update now. Hold on here real quick. Let me give you just a quick weather update on that other storm. All right.
Very much for joining me, meteorologist Brian Shields, and thank you for taking the time to subscribe to this channel. All right, these are the two spots we're watching. This in the Western Caribbean, in this area here in the Atlantic that is going to get close.
You know what? That's a great point, Paula. Yes, and now that baby that she has no mother. Well, as of right now, I'm sure the father will move on, maybe find somebody that's normal. That person can be the mother to that child, but still, that's a very huge point, Paula. Yes, agreed. Just saying. I don't know.
Closer as we work our way into the next few days. So I want to highlight both of these areas, what I'm expecting as far as rain and the chances of development out of these, plus that big blocker that is sitting up to the north across the U.S. So a couple areas to cover. Now let's start with this spot here that is approaching the northeastern Caribbean. As of now, it's nothing crazy. It's kind of a blob of rain out there. The European model and the American model do not have this becoming a named system. The Canadian model does have this becoming a tropical depression. So that's one step below a tropical storm, saying, hey, this is going to be some sort of classified system. And the icon does eventually have this still becoming a tropical storm. So yes, there's still the chance this does develop gradually. But as of now, I'm not seeing anything that is too terribly strong with this area. And I want to show you why as we work forward. Now, let's get a zoomed in look here and what we're seeing specifically for the northeastern Caribbean to try to kind of keep things island by island. So here we are in Dominica. You get over toward Statia, Saba, British and U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico right here, Anguilla, St. Martin, Antigua, Barbuda. Same thing as I showed you yesterday, on track. And that is my goal, to be very consistent with the forecast to give you lead time on everything. At least the next few days, I don't see this becoming a named system. So this disturbance will be very close to us on Friday. That's when we'll see a better chance of rain. Today, it's kind of stuck in dry air. It gets closer to tomorrow. And then on Friday, we start to get some of the extra rain on this. And by Saturday, this will be close to Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. Most likely still not as a named system, but an area of rain we're watching. Now, we're going to stay in monitor mode. And I mentioned this, that we're not in action mode. And that is very important because I want to keep anxiety with everything through the hurricane season in check. This is just a spot we're watching together, right? I'm on top of it. If it were to develop a little bit further quicker, I would let you know right away. But monitor mode, which means we're just kind of spreading the word, hey, there's an area we're watching out there, and it will bring us a better chance of some rain. Now, the computer models are more interesting today. What I mean by that is they're still showing this moving off to the west-northwest, but some of the computer models don't show a whole lot. They actually end before this even gets to the Caribbean because some of those computer models are saying this is not going to be a system at all to even watch. So they've even backed off further on development, which is really good. I'm hoping to get rain out of this for some of us because we need to get some rain in some spots, but we definitely don't need a named system. And you see going out in time, those same computer models, the American model, for example, really just has this area kind of fall apart. Most of the computer models have this area not a whole lot 2 days from now. A couple want to still make it a tropical storm. And that's why I mentioned there is still that chance of some development. So let me start here and then I'll get into the second area and we'll get into that blocker. So here we are in Puerto Rico, Guadalupe, Antigua, Barbuda, right here. This is by tomorrow afternoon. So here's that area of rain. This is the American model, which
My phone died. I'll have to check. Stormy, I'll check here in just a minute. Thank you very much for that, dear. Very much. Let me check.
Is pretty similar to the other models. I'll show you the European in just a second, but you see some of the increased rain. So St. Kitts and Nevis, we could actually use some rain. I'm hoping we get some out of this on Friday. This is Friday morning into Friday afternoon. Now, it's not a guarantee we get rain. The rain chance is going to be higher clearly on Friday for us in the Northeastern Caribbean and Northern Caribbean, but it's going to be scattered scattered to widespread rain. Then on Saturday, here's Puerto Rico. The heaviest rain would be just to the north, then moving back toward the Dominican Republic on Sunday. Sunday, a better chance of rain. Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Turks and Caicos, and Southern Bahamas. In Southern Bahamas and Cuba, of course, down the road, if this were to develop some, I'd be on top of it for you and be able to let you know again what we could expect. But the American model showing some of the extra rain, but not necessarily showing the development. Now, here's the European model. So we get a look here. So here's Cuba, Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Jamaica. We've had some scattered areas of rain and storms the last few days. It is going to stay active for us. Belize eventually would get a lot of rain. So this is the system I was just tracking there. And now we
welcome, Miss Barbara. Glad to see you today. Hope you're having a great day.
Expanded out to show you two things. Here's that other area in the Western Caribbean in the big blocker, high pressure and control with a big fall front throughout much of the southeast U.S. There's even some snow over toward parts of Tennessee where Helene impacted just weeks ago. Now, this is on Friday, so jumping ahead, and you see a couple things here. That front is still in place here. Here's that extra rain in the northeastern Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, scattered showers and storms, but most of that energy is all up to the north. High pressure, the blocker. So this area here, even if it does develop, this spot here in the Western Caribbean, that is going to swing back toward us as expected in Central America and give us a higher chance of some rain, especially as we get into the weekend. So this is Friday. There's one spot. Here's the other spot. Neither showing significant signs of development, which is wonderful. Keep an eye on these spins up toward Bermuda with those fronts coming off the U.S. Now, as we go forward into the weekend, this here is on Sunday. You see the green, which is the rain on the map. You see these areas of rain just kind of sliding on through the Bay of Campeche, higher chance of rain as we work our way into this weekend. That's all the moisture here getting pulled away. Now, the European model is grabbing this moisture in the northeastern Caribbean and just kind of mixing it in with the front. So I'm going to keep an eye on us in Cuba, parts of the Southern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos to see if anything does develop. But as of now, the European model is not showing that, but it is showing that, hey, there's going to be some extra moisture around, may kind of get caught up in the front, may kind of start to move away if the front takes it, or it'll just kind of fizzle out. But it's not showing a lot of development. And here's why, and this is what I'm watching. This here is on Saturday. This is the wind shear, which is our friend in the hurricane season. Now, if this changes, I'll let you know. But as it stands now, here's that area on Saturday. Here's Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Haiti. Here's that little spin. The wind shear is right in through here in the Bahamas. Those are very strong winds way above our heads that would rip off a developing system. So it does have a slight chance to develop, but as this area continues to move west, it is going to run right into that wind shear. So chance of some development, but then the wind shear would be helpful. And then watching this broad spin over here, it's still a wait and see on kind of what would develop here near Central America, if anything develops at all. But for us in Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Providencia, San Andres, we're going to have a higher chance of rain. But once again, as this area marches its way off toward the west, there's a lot of wind shear as well. Very hostile environment above our heads as we get deeper into the fall season. So now we swing back to this area. Here's Belize, get over toward the Yucatan, watching Cancun, Cozumel, back toward Merida, Campeche. This area, regardless of development, is going to work into Central America, especially by this weekend. European model, American model, Canadian model do not have this becoming a named storm now. The American model, that was the one that was really aggressive, trying to make this a hurricane days ago. But I mentioned several days ago that I was leaning more to the European model, Bill. And that is what has worked out. I look at the models and the environment was matching more with the European model, and that's why as a forecaster, I was going with that. The ICON model still does have this try to develop into either tropical depression or tropical storm. There is a slight chance, but as it moves to the west, it's going to run into land. So then that will prevent some further development. So showing you that here. So I covered this right first. You can still keep an eye on that. Here we are in the Bahamas, still unsettled with the front moving by. Windy today with scattered showers and storms. Got you covered in the Bahamas. But here's that rain anywhere from Panama, Costa Rica, back through Jamaica, Cuba, Cayman Islands. Watching out for some of the extra rain. And there's that blocker, that fall front that has moved in, high pressure and control back behind it. And that is a blocker. So that's better news for the U.S. as a whole. So as we go forward into Thursday, you see all of that rain. It starts to kind of inch its way off to the west. So monitoring those river crossings very carefully. And that chance of some mudslides. It's not going to be for all of us, but we're going to watch out for that very carefully. Rain will increase Guatemala and El Salvador too as we get deeper into the weekend. Even Cuba with that front mix again. This front's going to pull up some of the rain to parts of Cuba and the Cayman Islands, but the bulk of the moisture, most of the moisture will be sliding off toward the west. And then this area here as well sliding off to the west, and it should get tied into the front. So this here is on Friday, and you see that extra rain for Belize, Honduras. The brighter colors tell me we're going to get some tropical downpours. And that's why flooding is of high risk, regardless of development. We don't need a name system to have some flooding issues. Look at all that rain by Saturday right in through here as this area really works its way into Central America. So Saturday, highest chance of rain, but Jamaica, Cayman Islands, this area will be moving away. Here's that spot there, just getting mixed into the front right there. This is on Sunday. And there you see on Sunday that rain working its way back toward the Yucatan of Mexico and back toward Mexico. And then even going out in time further as we work our way into Monday, you see the rain starts to lessen some here, but as we work our way near the Bahamas, some of this rain may eventually get pulled up toward Bermuda. So watching that on the bigger picture, and you see everything tied together here with the wave heights, meters, the key here, and feet on your screen. Obviously with the front, everything's really choppier this time of year. Atlantic waters, Gulf of Mexico, even back through the Caribbean, Western Caribbean with this little area developing. But with these fronts moving by, the Atlantic waters kind of rough. This is as we work our way into Saturday. So this is Saturday and going deeper into the weekend. This here is on Sunday.
Stormy, that did go through. Again, thank you so very much. God bless. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you.
Choppy conditions right across the Gulf of Mexico and of course across the Atlantic water. So no name system in sight as of now, just watching the two areas. So it's been, the season's been interesting. We haven't had a million name storms, but the problem is the name storms we've had have really hit land. The first 5 did actually hit land, and then of course Helene, and then you get down toward Milton. It has been such a terrible season with some big destructive hurricanes, as we know. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Texas, parts of Texas, we got hit hard. And then, of course, Florida up toward the so many spots, Carolinas, Georgia, try not to leave anyone out. We know how bad it's been of a season. But the next name would be Nadine, Oscar after that. But these two spots I'm watching right now, not seeing them as name systems. Now, I mentioned Bermuda. We have these fronts that slide off over toward the Bahamas, Bermuda, Atlantic region of Canada. Most of the action stays to the south, but as these fronts move off, of course, the higher seas, chances of rain every now and then. And we'll just see that moisture near the Caribbean. We'll see if it kind of swings up toward Bermuda as we get down the road. Of course, with these fronts moving by, that colder weather has moved in with some of the fall conditions. Now, as far as the rain totals go with that front, see this white and black shading showing up, even some red. That's 4 to 6 inches of rain or higher, or 100 millimeters to 150 millimeters of rain for a 3-day total near the Cayman Islands, Cuba, right up through parts of the Bahamas, especially central sections of the Bahamas. And then as we get toward Jamaica, I'll just be waiting to see how much moisture finds us as we go over the next few days. Very unsettled. Thank you for leaving the comments. Keep me posted. Scattered areas of rain, parts of Haiti, Dominican Republic. And here's that batch of rain that will really be working closer on Friday. And as I mentioned, it's not a guarantee we get rain. I'm going to show you the higher rain chance as a whole in the northeastern Caribbean, but it's not a 100% chance. And then spotty showers. Barbados has been a good sample of what we've been dealing with in parts of the southeastern Caribbean. Some spots have been dry. Others have been seeing some of those on and off showers the last few days. Same thing, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Rain chance for us in Trinidad and Tobago. That has gone down. Hit or miss Venezuela, Guyana, and Suriname. But here are these higher totals starting to work in. And that's why I mentioned the mudslide potential, watching for even some isolated flooding, Yucatan of Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, but especially down the road, especially on Saturday, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. We're going to have some totals over 150 millimeters of rain, as high as 200 millimeters of rain. So we're looking at 6 to 8 to even 9 inches of some rain. Mexico City to the north, not as much. Chance of a couple showers here and there. So the rain chance stays elevated in Jamaica, not all day. Let me know your location and what you have or don't have as we go throughout the day. Same thing in the Cayman Islands. See our rain chance bumping up to 70% by Friday. Just a 30% chance Trinidad and Tobago the next few days. Our rain chance.
I think that's a question that we're all asking everybody, Miss Leslie. Well, it is cold today, Taylor. Welcome. Good to see you, Taylor, by the way.
Has gone down. Barbados still looking out for some of that unsettled weather around, and about a 40% chance the next 3 days. In St. Lucia, Grenada, 30% chance tomorrow, and again on Friday. In St. Vincent the Grenadines, a 30 to 40% chance of a passing shower. Same thing as we work our way into Martinique. Rain chance not super high the next few days. Dominica, 20 to 30% chance, 20 to 30% chance as well in Guadeloupe through Friday. Now, as we get toward Antigua and Barbuda, the rain chance will increase on Friday, but it's not a guarantee, not a 100% chance, but I've raised it to a 60% chance with that tropical disturbance nearby. Same thing for St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat, and the same thing for Anguilla and St. Barth. Slightly better chance Friday. We're looking at about a 70% chance, could even get a couple showers around as we get into tomorrow night and Friday morning. So St. Martin, Saba, and Stacia, rain chance, we're up to 60% on Friday and about a 50% chance in Puerto Rico on Friday. Better chance as we get into the upcoming weekend. 60% chance on Friday, U.S. and British Virgin Islands, especially British Virgin Islands, more to the north. That's where we have the better chance of getting some rain. Bahamas, we have been unsettled. I was covering that, of course. 20 to 30% chance, Turks and Caicos.
So that's the update on that storm. I still don't think that there's too much that we have to worry about as of now. Thank God. But more rain, it seems. More rain. Oh, geez, almighty, folk. So next up, we do have a story that Mamabear threw at me that I couldn't. Wow. All I can say is wow. Just wow. Again, let's go back to one of the places we trust for our children to be every day is school. You know, family plans lawsuit against Brownsburg schools after student told to eat their own vomit.
Oh my goodness.
Are we surprised anymore? No. Are we disgusted and appalled? Of course. Unbelievable. Brownsburg, Indiana, saying that they had endured emotional distress and suffering. The family of a Brownsburg student who was told to eat his own vomit plans to file a lawsuit against Brownsburg Community Schools. I can't say I blame them, honestly. I don't either. I don't trust schools anymore, Taylor. I used to. I trust them enough to, and I think Doodle and I have had this conversation. We know that they have to go. It's like one of the highest bits of anxiety when they walk out that door until they walk back in the door every day.
Absolutely.
It's a fact, guys. Even Caden being a legal adult, but he's not. We know that. I still am petrified when he walks out that door every day till he comes back home. So anyway, moving on. In tort claims obtained by Fox 59, CBS 4. The family seeks damages for gross negligence and willful misconduct, personal injury, physical distress, I can imagine, financial injury, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The documents are redacted to remove identifying information about the student and his family. The case is being handled by Connell Michael Kerr, LLP. A tort claim is the first step notifying the district of possible lawsuit damages. I'm sorry. Brownsburg police video shows student being told to eat his own vomit with a spoon. As staffers watched. I don't even know what to say, you guys. I don't know what to say. Hold on, folks. Let me make this happen here. Where the hell's the volume? Where did this go? Give me a second. There's the volume.
Doesn't close. Get your best sleep guaranteed. Visit purple.com or a store near you.
Well, 5 staffers at a Brownsburg elementary school were criminally charged today for a lunchroom incident that happened back in February. Police say video reveals that a 7-year-old special ed student stood up during lunchtime and was appearing to gag. Police say the child was told to sit down by his teachers and moments later, projectile vomited on a tray and the table. Then an instructional aide told him to eat his own vomit. 2 of those staffers involved are charged with neglect of a dependent as a level 6 felony and failure to report, which is a Class B misdemeanor. 3 others who witnessed that scene are charged with failure to report. Police say the family is being very understanding.
I think like all of us, they were shocked and in disbelief originally. And then comes the emotions of outrage and anger. And then the pendulum swings back to shock and disbelief.
The Brownsburg Community School Corporation released this statement today saying, in part, the quote, "This horrendous action is not in line with the character of staff and teachers at Brownsburg schools. The shocking actions of a few does not define the care and concern that Brownsburg teachers and staff show every day."
I am now a person and
a 7-year-old special ed student, which means that this child had special needs. I'm pissed.
Wow.
I am pissed. What the fuck is wrong with people anymore, you guys?
Since this happened, they haven't even gotten in trouble for it. This is not a first time. Wow.
Unbelievable. These two idiot. I just this is the kind of shit that makes me want to cry sometimes. This child that couldn't control what I don't think we should have looked at that one because I am beyond pissed right now. Moving forward. The video showed the 7-year-old take several bites of vomit, swallowing them and crying as numerous school personnel watched.
See, everyone that watched should be charged. Every single one.
And this is a child that obviously has I'm telling you guys, the more and more stuff I see, the more I hate. I'm starting to, and I don't even use that word, but I'm starting to get to that. I'm starting to hate people. Shame on these people. This is so disgusting. I dare somebody. I would be in jail, Doodle. You know that.
Yep, me too. Definitely. After I walked in that school and asked who all saw that and didn't stop it.
That'd be probably the first woman I ever hit in my life, ever. Because she stood there and allowed for it to happen.
Told him to do it. Nope.
It's unbelievable to me. So moving forward, Tomboy sent this to me. Yesterday, I think it was. Yeah, exactly, Phil. It's the same feeling to me, beating an autistic child. That it's just multiple things. Just saying. How could they not say you're not going to make this? That's what I mean. Who would just stand there and let that happen? Every person that stood there and watched this is complicit as far as I'm concerned. That's all I'm saying. So I don't even want to talk about it anymore. It makes me so upset. Facing what to know about Robert Robertson facing execution October 17th, which is tomorrow, in Texas for a crime that never occurred. Texas set Robert Robertson's execution for October 17th, despite new evidence that he is an innocent man wrongly convicted under the now debunked shaken baby syndrome hypothesis. And that would be him. Let's see here. On July 1st, Texas set Robert Robertson's execution for October 17th. Despite new evidence that he is an innocent man wrongly convicted under the now debunked shaken baby syndrome hypothesis. Mr. Robertson would be the first person in the United States executed based on the discredited SBS hypothesis, unless the courts or Governor Abbott intervenes. Mr. Robertson's case is riddled with unscientific evidence, inaccurate and misleading medical testimony, and prejudicial treatment. In 2002, Mr. Robertson's 2-year-old chronically ill daughter, Nikki, was sick with a high fever and suffered a short fall from bed. Hospital staff did not know Mr. Robertson had autism and judged his response to his daughter's grave condition as lacking emotion. Mr. Robertson was prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to death for Nikki's death. The overwhelming medical and scientific evidence now shows that Nikki died of accidental and natural causes. Mr. Robertson's innocence case is attracting growing and widespread support from eminent scientists, doctors, faith leaders, innocence groups, former federal judges, best-selling novelist John Grisham, and the lead detective who testified for the prosecution, who now believes he contributed to an innocent person being sent to death row. Wow. The Innocence Project The Innocence Project joined Mr. Robertson's legal team because of the risk that an innocent man could be executed for a crime that never happened. Now, see, that's interesting. Here's what you need to know about Mr. Robertson's case and the scientifically unsound argument that led to his conviction and death sentence. 1. The prosecution based its case against Mr. Robertson, I think I'm saying it wrong, but either way, on the hypothesis that Nikki's death was caused by SBS, which is shaken baby syndrome, a condition that was never scientifically validated and the premises of which have been discredited by actual science. That's news to me, but okay. Although no evidence or testing ever supported the connection between these symptoms and supposed SBS, by 2001, the American Academy of Pediatrics, AAP, published a position paper, which is not a scientific peer-reviewed study, stating that violent shaking and shaken baby syndrome should be presumed whenever these three symptoms are observed, faced with what was then believed to be proof beyond dispute. Mr. Robertson's own defense lawyer agreed with the state that Nikki must have died from SBS. When Mr. Robertson refused to accept a plea deal, his lawyer argued only that Mr. Robertson had not meant to kill Nikki and that he was mentally impaired. In 2009, however, 6 years after Mr. Robertson was sentenced to death, the AAP retreated from the version of SBS used in his trial. Dr. Guthkeltz, the neurosurgeon whose paper first posted the SBS hypothesis, later reviewed a number of cases of people asserting innocence and was struck by the number of cases where children had a history of illnesses indicating their injuries were the result of natural causes, not abuse. In 2015, shortly before his death, Guthkeltz told the Washington Post, "I am doing what I can do so long as I have a breath to correct a grossly unjust situation." It is, Phil. I don't understand what they're saying here. I'm a little off put by this part of this. Okay. But the other side of it, it's been proven to be a problem and an actual thing. Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. So still onward. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. I don't understand this. So what I can do is I have a breath to correct on justice. Today, no credible science would endorse the shaken baby syndrome premises that Mr. Robertson's jury was told were sound medical science. To date, at least 32 parents and caregivers in 18 states have been exonerated after being wrongfully convicted under the shaken baby hypothesis. When did this change? And when did this happen?
I'm not sure because that's been scientifically proven.
That's, I mean, yeah, it's obvious. You know what I mean? I mean, think about the scenario. That doesn't.
Yeah, that's
What?
crazy to me. I don't know when that changed. I've never even heard that it changed. And what did they change it to?
They're saying now, basically, if I'm reading this wrong, somebody correct me. But what this basically states is that a doctor or doctors have scientifically proven that shaking a baby does not cause that shaken baby syndrome. Bullshit. I have personally dealt with situations like this where it has dislodged the brainstem from the baby's brain. Physically, I've dealt with this. What? I'm lost. I am completely lost. Taylor said, nope. They even tried to arrest, can keep in custody a friend of mine whose son died to SARS. So while SARS is are you talking about SIDS? Sudden infant death syndrome? That's a little different than what shaken baby syndrome is, but still. All right, Storm. Well, you're gonna miss the funny stuff, but that's okay. I understand completely. I appreciate you being here, Stormy, so very much, and thank you again for the donation to the channel. God bless. We appreciate you so much. Oh, that sounds like a blast. I love antiquing. It's so much fun. Have fun, enjoy yourself, and be safe out there. I'm gonna have to look that up too, Phil. That's crazy, crazy. Okay, so this says that Nikki was suffering from myriad medical issues that contributed to her death. However, no doctor at the time of her collapse took a holistic look at her medical history to rule out all the many possible causes of her symptoms, because it was believed at the time that SBS and only SBS could explain her condition. A differential diagnosis would have required considering, for instance, the facts that days after her birth, Nikki had the first of many infections that proved resistant to multiple antibiotics, including chronic ear infections that persisted even after she had had tubes surgically implanted. She also had a history of unexplained breathing apnea that caused her to suddenly stop breathing, collapse, and turn blue. The week before her death, Nikki had been vomiting, coughing, and having diarrhea. When her symptoms didn't stop after 5 days, Mr. Robertson and his mother took Nikki to their local emergency room in Palestine, Texas, where a doctor prescribed phenergan, a potent drug that now carries an FDA black box warning against being prescribed to children of Nikki's age. That's pretty strong to give to little ones. Typically it's given for like nausea and stuff like that, but okay. And with her condition, Nikki was sent home. Her condition did not improve, and that night her temperature rose to 103.1 degrees Fahrenheit. The next morning, Mr. Robertson took her to a pediatrician who sent the toddler home. What? Despite a fever of 104.5. I'm lost at this point. That's legal. Like, that baby could kill that child at 104. You're boiling at some point. Okay. That can cause seizures at that. What is the, wow. I'm lost. Okay. And prescribed more phenergan in cough syrup with codeine. Jesus. How old was this baby again? Does it say?
I don't think you said.
It doesn't say. Tomboy, do we know how old this baby was? Because this is crazy. Thank you, Cass. I'll grab that next. Because those drugs alone. Hold on a minute here. Okay, so the phenergan cough syrup with codeine is an opioid. It is now restricted for children under 18 by the FDA due to its risk of causing breathing difficulties and death. Of course, Nikki's toxicology report showed lethal levels of respiratory suppressing phenergan still in her system. The next night, Nikki was at the home of her maternal grandparents where she was supposed to stay, despite being in a bitter battle with Mr. Robertson over custody of Nikki. Her grandparents called Mr. Robertson and insisted he drive out to the country and pick the child up, which he did. Well, that's cute. At home, Mr. Robertson put Nikki into bed, a mattress and box spring propped up on cinder blocks. In the early morning, he awoke when Nikki cried out. He found her on the floor at the foot of the bed. After putting her back into the bed, he stayed up and talked to her until they both fell back to sleep. Later that morning, when the alarm went off, Robert discovered that Nikki was unconscious and her lips were blue. He grabbed her face, not knowing how to revive her, and tried to wake her. When she didn't respond, he brought Nikki to the emergency room where her heart was resuscitated and she was intubated. But by then, she had likely already experienced brain death, which occurs after 10 to 12 minutes of oxygen deprivation. Wow, this is blowing me away. Here's the new scientific evidence explains exactly how Nikki died. On August 1st of 2024, Mr. Robertson's attorneys requested the state district court in Anderson County to reopen his case of actual innocence. The filing states that new medical and scientific evidence shows that Nikki died of severe viral and bacterial pneumonia that progressed to sepsis and then septic shock where there was no homicide. 3 experts from a range of medical specialties can now explain exactly how Nikki died. Dr. Francis Green, an expert in lung pathology with over 46 years of experience, recently reviewed Nikki's medical history and her lung tissue under a microscope. His detailed report explains that Nikki's lungs were infected with 2 different and virulent types of pneumonia, a viral and bacterial infection which clogged Nikki's lungs, starving her brain of oxygen and causing her death. Dr. Green's detailed analysis shows that Nikki's pneumonia started many days or weeks before her final hospitalization. Dr. Keenan Bora, an expert in medical toxicology and emergency room medicine, has concluded that a post-mortem toxicology report shows that Nikki had dangerously high levels of promethazine in her system. I want to know how old this baby was. That's all I need to know. Because half of this, she shouldn't have been taking any of this if she was at a certain age. Promethazine is a drug no longer prescribed to children Nikki's age and in her condition because it impairs their ability to breathe and can be fatal. Dr. Bora has concluded that this drug exacerbated Nikki's breathing problems and likely hastened her death from her pneumonia infection. Dr. Julie Mack, an expert in pediatric radiology, has concluded that the initial CAT scans of Nikki's head show only a single minor impact site on her head. Dr. Mack reviewed CAT scans discovered in the courthouse basement in 2018 on the day that the convicting court's evidentiary hearing was supposed to begin, which had been lost for 15 years as interpreted by the only type of expert qualified to read them. The scans corroborate Mr. Robertson's statement at the hospital that Nikki had fallen out of bed and possibly hit her head.
And this guy is still in prison?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's terrible. Why?
Wow. 4 symptoms of Mr. Robertson's autism were used against him. Mr. Robertson left school after completing 8th grade with undiagnosed autism spectrum disorder, which impacts how people communicate and interact with others. Symptoms of autism can include avoiding eye contact, unusual mood or emotional reactions, the appearance of indifference, fixation on details that strike others as abnormal, and difficulty expressing feelings. And we all know that. So hospital staff who did not know that Mr. Robertson had autism were suspicious of his flat effect and interpreted his response to his daughter's condition as lacking emotion. See, shouldn't prejudge situations. They viewed his inability to explain Nikki's condition as a sign that he must be lying. Jesus. Misguided SBS diagnosis prevailed. The same doctor in Palestine who had treated Nikki for vomiting, coughing, and diarrhea by prescribing Finnegan treated her again when Mr. Robertson rushed her to the emergency room after a CT scan of Nikki's head showing bleeding under the dura and brain swelling, 2 of the alleged triad of SBS symptoms. The doctor concluded that it would be basically impossible for Nikki's condition to be caused by a fall out of a bed or anything other than abuse, because the local hospital in Palestine was not equipped to treat Nikki. She was transported on life support to Dallas Children's Hospital, where her case was referred to a child abuse pediatrician. This doctor did not review Nikki's medical history. She spoke only to law enforcement and the maternal grandparents, who insisted Nikki had been totally well. Upon reviewing Nikki's CT scans, she saw no fractures of any kind, no neck injuries, but she saw the triad of conditions she considered to be a certain indicator of SBS. The doctor diagnosed violent shaking as the one and only possible cause. She then gave an affidavit about her SBS diagnosis to law enforcement, who arrested Mr. Robertson before Nikki's autopsy was even performed. Damn. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy did not have any information about Nikki's extensive medical history. She was also not aware of the CT scans, which showed a single minor impact on the back right of Nikki's head, consistent with Mr. Robertson's report of a fall. Nor did she have Nikki's toxicology results, which would have shown toxic levels of phenergan still in Nikki's system. So this picture here, I believe, is them. Yeah. Okay. So she was little. The jury was presented with unfounded claims of child abuse. Rye syndrome was that other disease you were talking about the aspirin. Yes. So at trial, when nurse claimed she saw signs of sexual abuse in Nikki's case, though no doctors or other medical professionals involved in Nikki's care observed any such signs in testing from sexual assault kit. Wow. Produced no substantiating evidence. The nurse who presented herself as a sexual assault nurse examiner was in fact not SANE certified, which is a sexual assault nurse examiner. That's what SANE stands for. And she wasn't certified, and offered her personal views on pedophiles in her testimony, further stoking prejudice against Mr. Robertson so that the jury could see him with no history of violence as a person capable of violently shaking a child. Top neuropathologists and forensic pathologists support that Nikki died of natural and accidental causes. Wow. In 2016, a week before Mr. Robertson's scheduled execution date, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals stayed his execution based in part on a then new law permitting legal challenges based on changes in science used to obtain convictions. His case was sent back to the trial court, which conducted a 9-day evidentiary hearing in 2021. Their experts explained that SBS had been discredited and provided compelling evidence that Nikki died of natural and accidental causes. A pathologist testified that Nikki suffered from a severe form of undiagnosed viral pneumonia that has since been more widely understood due to the pandemic stuff. The signs of Nikki's advanced pneumonia were noted in her autopsy, but at the time were unexplained. Tragically unaware of Nikki's pneumonia, her treating doctors prescribed her with high levels of prescription medication found in autopsy toxicology results that are now understood to be deadly in children of Nikki's age and in her condition. And biomechanical evidence now shows that shortfalls like Nikki's can cause severe injury and even death, an explanation for Nikki's condition that was vehemently rejected by every medical witness who has testified at her trial. Mr. Robertson deserves a fair shot at justice before he's executed tomorrow. The trial court ignored new evidence from 6 expert witnesses and rubber stamped the prosecution's 17-page proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, which relied almost exclusively on the outdated scientific evidence introduced at the 2003 trial and conducted when the medical establishment accepted unquestioningly that the triad of intracranial conditions observed in Nikki could be used to diagnose shaking and abuse. Damn. I'll be right back, Doodle, if you don't mind. Just give me a quick second.
Okay. Welcome, Chick Bait. That's crazy. This poor dad didn't do anything. And just sitting there in prison. Man. It really makes you wonder how many more are sitting in prison for stuff they didn't do like this. Right, Cap, because it's like if the evidence is there that he didn't do it and it's something else, then why is he still sitting there? And then he's going to be executed? Wow. Yes, JC, he's in prison for the shaken baby, but they have proven that the baby didn't die that way. But yet he's going to be executed on October 17th.
Okay, sorry. Now that the state has sought an October 17th execution date, his life is in jeopardy. Mr. Robertson has never had a true chance at justice in this case. His federal right to due process and a fair trial were violated by the state's introduction of false and misleading forensic science, actual science, supported by studies, empirical testing, and a holistic re-examination of the autopsy and Nikki's medical history has exposed that no crime occurred here. Wow. And they won't go back and revisit this?
That's
This
great.
is insane. This is insane.
I agree.
This one really literally is an issue. Like, you know, we've been looking at these where people are getting ready to be put to death and we're questioning it to make sure it's right. But this one, I mean, this is blatantly what this is.
Yeah, this should be open and shut.
100%. Thank you. Mr. Robertson's innocence case is attracting growing and widespread attention, including from the lead detective who testified for the prosecution at trial, but has come to believe that Nikki died of accidental natural causes because there's proof of it now. And that should have been then. They should have looked at this like this before you decide to throw somebody on death row. Jesus. I was an officer in Palestine, Texas, 14 years, and the lead detective on the case where Robert Robertson was accused of shaking his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki, to death, said Brian Wharton, an ordained elder in the United Methodist Church who was assistant chief of the Palestine Police Department, from where he retired in 2006. I testified for the prosecution and helped send Mr. Robertson to death row in 2003. For over 20 years, I have thought that something went wrong, very wrong, in Mr. Robertson's case and feared that justice was not served. I have come to believe that Nikki died of accidental and natural causes and that there was no crime. I am convinced that Mr. Robertson is innocent. You can help stop Mr. Robertson's unjust execution, but time is running out. We have until tomorrow to stop Mr. Robertson's execution. Here's how you can help. We can call Governor Abbott at 361-264-9653. Sign the petition to stop Mr. Robertson's execution. Share Mr. Robertson's case on all social media channels using your social media toolkit. Well, let's see here. This is the petition, I do believe. So here we go, guys. Hold on. Okay, just give me a second here. Let me see something. Okay, let me back this up now. If anybody wants to contact the governor's office, that number there is, again, 361-264-9653. Enter your full phone number to call Governor Abbott. Hold on a minute, guys. One second here. Okay, so I put in my information to contact the governor's office about this. Says I will get a call from 361-264-9653. Listen to the talking points. You will be connected to your official. Stay on to speak to the next official. Recommended talking points, dear Governor Abbott. So that's what we were doing. So let's see. I don't know if they're going to call me back right away, but we shall see. That is something I'll be doing. This is sad. It's very sad and ridiculous. Our system is completely broke. This is horrible.
It really is. I mean, this poor guy. Imagine you lose your child and then they do this crap.
Right. And there's no understanding. I mean, he did everything he was supposed to do as a parent. This is in Texas, JC. Well, I think Marcellus had some questions, JC. Marcellus Williams. There were some questions about his case. Yes. This is pretty much cut and dry. Like, it's been proven that by physicians that the little girl didn't die from SBS. Unbelievable. Let me write some of these points down real fast, you guys, in case they do call me back. And she had prior medical conditions to begin with. That the doctors failed this. She had pneumonia, double pneumonia, viral and bacterial pneumonia.
My God. I mean, for a tiny baby, that's serious anyway.
Well, right. And why are they giving her like adult like medications for this? Phenergan and promethazine? You don't give that to a baby, period. She had 104 temperature and they sent her home.
Yeah, I've never heard of that either.
Ever. East Texas. Well, I'm hoping that enough people sign. I just signed the petition. I put in my information to make a call to the governor's office, and hopefully they will call me back, as it states here. So, good God Almighty, this is insane to me. Absolutely insane. How are they not looking at this? Is this the state not wanting to admit they were wrong? I don't understand this. Thanks for giving me this story,
You know,
dude.
I don't know. I think it's like
boy.
they're letting it go because, well, he had to be convicted of something, so they just left it. You know, because that's that's how they think.
That's how it seems, yeah. It's a great question, JC. There's so many things I have questions for anymore, you guys. There really are. Well, that's going to be it for the story portion today, folks. I think it's time to move on to the happier side of things if we can. Wow. I'm like floored over that now. I really am. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you. All right, so like I said, I think it's time to move on to the next segment. Oh yeah. No, I knew that, Cassie, but I misunderstood how it was being read at first. But thank you, hon. I appreciate that very much. What could be misdiagnosed in SBS? Absolutely, I understood. But then they, like I said, once they figured it out, that it had nothing to do with that at all. It was that she had pneumonia and stuff. Crazy. Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and move forward a couple variations of different things to try to make us smile a little bit after all that. Let's see what we got here. Are you ready? We'll see if I can laugh like I did yesterday. Yeah, it does. Medical negligence, especially with babies, that's unacceptable to me. I'm sorry. I recall one case where the children had that disease where bones just break and the child was taken away until the second child was born with the same disease and it finally was diagnosed. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes doctors, and this is no lie, doctors will just don't get it. They're not like miracle workers, not all of them, okay? And they can't understand something. And if that's the case, then they need to say that instead of trying to misdiagnose a child. And then it turns into something like this. My doctor, youngest son in the medical field, and the horrible things they have seen have been horrific. Oh, I can promise you I've seen some bad stuff, and being in the medical field, my wife has too. It's just bad stuff, guys. Bad stuff. So amazing. All right, let's move past this now. Let's see what we got.
I don't want no beef. I'm just trying to go home.
Can you hear it, Doodle?
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
Enjoy myself. I'm trying to go home.
See that?
But I've been here for hours.
Yeah, it happens.
I was drinking. I'm here for hours.
Yeah, bad weather. Gotta do something, right?
I don't know what we're gonna blame it on, but
Watch out. Yeah, unfortunately, it's their policy. You just can't be that intoxicated when you fly in a plane, okay?
I'm not that intoxicated.
We need you to go to the terminal.
Suck my. Oh, I can suck my.
Okay, Chelsea. Just go to the terminal.
Yo, I'll go where I'm at.
Okay. I'll help see her out. You guys are good. Oh man, that thing kind of goes fast. I think I'm faster, but I'm gonna have a bike pursuing a suitcase in a minute. It's gonna be crazy. I know. Totally normal, right? Chelsea, you gotta get off, or the doors are gonna close. Negative, thank you. Chelsea, can you do me a favor? Can you roll with me to the main terminal? You can't hang out here. It's a secured area. I will just leave you alone. Yeah, follow me. Follow me, Chelsea. We'll roll out together. Chelsea, I'll race you. Chelsea, let's just roll our little wheels to the other side of TSA, okay?
So this guy is doing everything in his power to be as nice as he can. He really seems to be, and he's just not working.
He's got some patience.
100%.
Because this is a secured area. I got to have you on the other side TSA, and then I promise you I will leave you alone. I'm a representative of the Orlando Police Department, and I have been nothing but polite and professional with you. Chelsea, look at me. Chelsea, look at me. Chelsea, look at me. Thank you. Chelsea, if this continues, you will be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Chelsea, thank you.
Did you spit at me? She's done. She spit at me. Chelsea, you are under arrest. Put your hands behind your back now. Chelsea, you're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back now. Do not resist. Do not resist. Stop spitting. Do not spit.
I only spit it one time.
Do not.
I only spit one time.
Is she hitting her head? Nope. Stop. Chelsea, stop. Chelsea, you need to stop this nonsense. You need to improve your behavior. Chelsea, stop this. Chelsea, stand up. Chelsea, stand up. All right, reverse. Chelsea, we're gonna go in the car nice and easy, all right? All right, slide in. Watch your feet.
Police, let me see your hand. It's a deer. It's a deer. It's a deer. It's a deer. Stand down. Go.
Oh, goodness.
No. Get the shield here. No, come on. There it is. Open the door. Open the door. Oh, golly. Oh. There we go.
I'll let her know. Next time, let her know, okay? I did try to. I am so sorry.
Terry! Terry, you gave me a heart attack. That is not okay.
Can't keep the lizard. He ran off, and he's gonna be.
Terry, woo,
return
boy,
back to
you
the wild.
gave me a fright. That was not okay.
Yeah.
You're just laughing away, though.
I am not going to laugh at that, and I won't ever tell anyone.
No, thanks. Hey, go home. Go home. Go home. Go. Hey.
This looks like the front of my house. I see this every day, all day. I got wild turkeys in front of my house constantly.
Hey, get back. Hey. Go ahead. Get out of the road.
They're not afraid of him.
I think I'll be okay. Hey, get back. Ah!
It's a deer. Stand down.
Get back. Get back.
It's like Thanksgiving to me. What is he doing?
He's taunting. He's not doing anything good. He's just taunting those turkeys.
He's making a weird ass chicken noise that doesn't even sound like a chicken noise. Like that's supposed to affect a turkey. Okay. Oh wow.
Can you guys get out of the road? No, I stopped the car and they decided to trap them, so now they're trying to give me cuddles. Hey, take it easy, brother. Hey, get back. Get back.
Yeah, they'll make a lot of noise if they're irritated for sure.
Yeah, and it would be even funnier if he got some of them spurs in him. Because they will flog you.
Yes, they will. Yes, don't piss them off. I've seen that. I've run from these things before. They will charge you, no lie.
Come on. Get on the road. Down the road. Down the road. Come on. Guys are angry.
He probably could have just sat in his car and hit his air horn, and they would have flew away or shuffled away. I'm just saying, there was no call for all of that. That was crazy.
Walt says sounds like Paula. And Paula says, "Oh look, it's Walt, a giant turkey."
And ladies and gentlemen, the Walt and Paula show. They've been quiet today. Hayes turkey for Thanksgiving. It's a quick way to have it done for you, Moonlit. Yes. All right, let's see what we got.
Did you poop your pants? Well, I'm getting ready to. No, please don't.
Dumb people seems to be everywhere, making one wonder where human evolution went wrong.
All right, forewarning, guys. I about lost my life laughing yesterday. Okay, so just a heads up, it may happen today, depending on. I hope to God that we don't get one like yesterday. That guy had me dying. I couldn't catch my breath. It was bad. So here we go.
Wrong.
And why are you soaking wet? You baptized yourself with water?
But what happens when these people end up getting arrested?
Check my
Bananas on your hands. Well, they give us some of the most hilarious arrests ever. Today, Detective Dale will take us through 4 cases where foolish individuals got caught in the act, leaving everyone rolling underground with laughter.
One of the most valuable lessons I learned during my tenure in law enforcement is that when the poop hits the fan, sometimes it's best to just laugh.
Oh, my life, literally. How old are you? Why are we pants, sir? Why are we doing that?
On July 22nd, 2021, police officers encountered a rather daunting situation. A car had rear-ended another vehicle, sparking suspicion that the driver might be intoxicated. Their suspicions proved correct. However, what unfolded next quickly took a decidedly wild turn.
Hello, you okay? Okay, all right, why don't you come on out and then just stand back here on the sidewalk, okay? Hello, are you okay? Hello? You alright? No. Okay, alright, well, if you want to step on and stay on the sidewalk, fire department's here, okay? Alright, what happened? You alright?
The guy seemed to be stopped at the, for no reason.
Where are you coming from?
Down there. Down there.
Yeah? Alright, so I'm going to ask you a few questions. How much have we had to drink tonight? Be honest, I can smell it, so let's not lie. What's not much? A beer, a shot, a whiskey. It's not a trick question. Hey, sir, I need you to focus. How much have we had to drink tonight?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Do you think your alcohol has affected your ability to drive tonight?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. You're not sure how you could rear-ended a car?
Well, no, he was stopped.
Okay. So why didn't you stop then?
Well, I didn't stop.
Okay. Do you have your driver license on you or anything?
Oh, driver license?
Yep. All right. So, Mr. Rick, do you need to get checked up by the fire department at all? Do you have injuries anywhere?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Rick, so I got to ask you a few questions, okay? Would you be willing to submit to a standard field sobriety test?
No, I don't think so.
So is that a yes or no? So I don't know what that means.
That's a no.
That's a no? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, and then with that in mind, would you be willing to provide a breath sample of a PVT machine? It's not admissible in court.
Probably no.
I just need a yes or no. Sorry, yeah, I know. Yeah, yes or no. You know, I don't want to do the probably no. Yes or no. We're grown.
Okay, let's say no.
Okay. Yes or no. Not let's say no. Yes or no. Would you?
No.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, then, sir. All right. Then put your hands behind your back. I'm gonna place you under arrest for DUI. Okay. All right. Drop your wallet. Oh. Come on, stay there. All right, hold on. Let me lock your cuff. Oh. Hey, Mr. Rick, while we're...
I'm pretty sure this guy shit his pants, folks. I just caught on to this. When the guy went, oh. Yeah, here we go. This should be good.
Right here, I'm just gonna read your rights quick, okay?
Okay.
Alright, let's go in front of my car over there, okay?
Here we go.
Yep, this bright car, right here. Car right behind us with all the emergency lights on. Yes.
Look how he's walking. Look how the guy.
It'd be funny if he shook a leg and it fell out.
100%. Look how he starts to walk over to the car. Watch.
I'm just gonna read your rights quick, okay?
Okay.
Alright, let's go in front of my car over there, okay?
Here we go.
Yep, this bright car, right here. Car right behind us with all the emergency lights on. Yes, please. Alright, Mr. Rick, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer. One will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. You can decide anytime to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you? Yes or no, sir?
There's a wallet in your pocket.
Yeah, that was your wallet. He was putting it back in your pocket. Alright, hey, I gotta ask you, just a non-criminal question. Did you poop your pants? Yes or no?
Well, I'm getting ready to.
No, please don't. No, I think you
ready
literally.
to.
Yeah, I think you did.
We were past 10.
Oh, my life, literally. How old are you? Why are we pants, sir? Why are we doing that? Alright.
Alright, well, I do it again then if I already did it.
Okay, thank you. No, unless you wanna.
No.
Yeah, me neither. We cannot be pooping our pants. We're too grown.
That's not my,
We're too grown for that.
Well, no, yeah, you can get old, you get a poop your pants.
What? No, that's not how this works.
Wait a minute.
Because you get older doesn't mean you can poop your pants.
Well,
okay. Oh, God. Do you have like an emergency blanket?
you got like a hazmat pad?
Yeah.
You can smell like poop my pants.
It's seeping through.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually quite gross. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I appreciate the. Yeah, it's seeping through your white shorts. It's
I might have another go at it.
As in what? No, don't put more.
No, I'm not trying to.
Okay, yeah, no, do not put more. No. That's not what we want. Okay, hey, Mr. Riggs, a couple things are gonna happen next. Okay?
I might have another go at it. I mean, hey, what the hell? At this point, look at our.
He's warning him, hey, I feel another.
Exactly. Yeah, it's gonna happen. You better back up, but I'm gonna spray you this time.
So, if you're willing to, okay, I would like to take you to police station, okay, and if you're willing to, it is called a breath sample test, DUI investigation, where you provide 2 breath samples, and then that reads essentially a result of your BAC blood alcohol concentration level, okay? That also is a couple things before you say yes or no, okay? If you do provide 2 good samples, and assuming that you don't have any crazy priors for DUI, there's a very good chance that you actually get to go home tonight, okay? Assuming you don't have any prior DUIs, okay? And it's a number of DUIs, okay? Right. Number 2, if you say, hey, nope, I don't want to provide it, what will happen is I will get a...
I wonder if he'll be cited with a PUI.
Maybe.
He might get a pooping under the influence. Because it's poo-poo, everybody.
Search warrant for your blood, okay? And get that signed by a judge. At which point I will take you to a hospital and get your blood drawn. So, I don't want to waste your time by taking you to the station and having you sit in your wet poop pants, you know. So, I'm asking you now on recording, okay? Do you want to provide those 2 samples, or do you not? Yes or no?
Well, I think I got to poop again.
I can help you poop your pants. I just need to know whether you want to provide the samples, yes or no. Either way, I will give you a chance to go to the bathroom and, yeah.
Wait a minute. How does that go again?
Okay, so... Are you willing to provide 2 breath samples at the Lakewood Police Station?
As opposed to what?
As opposed to me getting a warrant for your blood and then taking you to the hospital and drawing your blood to get the blood alcohol level. So, if you go blood route, there's a good chance that you lose your license and get it suspended and go to jail. If the other route, like I said, as long as you're friendly and nice and you don't have crazy priors for DUI, there's a chance that if we just give you a ride home tonight at the end of successful investigation. I'm not promising anything. I'm just saying those are options.
Well, I'm liking the good ride home tonight.
Okay. So are you willing to provide the samples?
I guess.
Okay. What's up?
I said I'll try not to poop.
Yeah, please don't poop in my car. I will take you to the station right away so you can...
Okay. What happens? Oh.
Your car's going to get towed, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Oh, please don't poop. I'm begging you. I'm trying not. I am so begging you. Do not poop.
Criminals wetting themselves when they realize they're about to get caught isn't exactly unheard of. I've seen it happen countless times in the past, but soiling oneself? Now that's a whole new level, even for someone like me. But hats off to the officer for maintaining patience and showing professionalism in such a peculiar situation.
Oh, yep. Go ahead and have a seat. Yep. They're all ready? In here. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Can you, I'm going to take it, please, and then just get all of the information in the call. Yep, and then, yeah, he's literally wetting, and he said he's about to go again in my car, so I'm going to run to the station and get him out. I'm so, gosh dang it. He's very drunk. Like, he's like just, I mean, he's drunk. He's conscious enough that he knows what's happening, but he's drunk enough that he has no idea what's happening. Oh, gosh, I'm so disgusted. Thank you. You're being audio and video recorded in the back, okay? Hey, I'm on my way. My gentleman has already pants, literally, and he's about to go again. Are you able to just help me at the station, have all the doors open? Okay, he's about to go. Yeah, okay. I know, I'm sorry, but thank you so much.
He's got the windows down. You hear the wind blowing inside the car?
We're almost there, don't poop! Are you pooping? Don't poop, we're almost there! Oh gosh, you already did, didn't you? Oh, this nonsense. Don't poop, we're almost there. Are you listening?
He's got that poo-poo sweat going.
One five now, last call station. Why are you breathing like that? You okay? Alright, step out.
I believe it, Walt.
You didn't poop your pants again, did you?
So do I.
You did? No. Okay, good. That's not funny. No. Okay. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, we're just gonna go this way. I'm gonna let you use the bathroom, okay? Oh, okay. Okay. You okay? Where are we going? This way. We're gonna follow her. Okay. Where are you going? Hey, focus. Where are we going? Follow her. This way. Okay. We're almost there. Please don't poop your pants. We're so close. I'm trying not to. Are you okay? Make sure to wipe, please. Are we almost done? Okay. Okay.
He might have been drinking tequila. That'll do you in really bad, for sure.
I don't get paid enough. I don't get paid enough. Like, body cam would have been great for evidentiary purposes. What are we doing? Okay, did you wipe? Okay, all right. Did you wash your hands? Is there soap in there? I don't know. Come on up. Come on up. Oh. All right, hand sanitizer. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's all right. Turn around. I got to put these back. Okay? Yeah, okay. Yep. It's all right. Don't hand sanitizer. They'll dry. Oh, man. Well, relax. Yep.
The man had finally finished his little business. Nonetheless, it was now time for him to face the consequences of his actions. The man was taken to the police station where he provided breath samples.
Have you been through this process before?
I'm sorry, I have a little hard of hearing.
Have you been through this process before?
I don't think so.
Okay, I think you would remember. You live here in Lakewood?
Pardon me?
Do you live in Lakewood?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm gonna take a look at your mouth. Open your mouth. Okay, lift your tongue up. Nothing in your mouth. Okay. You might want to do that again, but
okay.
It's part of the test. We have to make sure there's nothing in your mouth. So try your best to not burp or like spit up anything, because that'll mess up the test and we'll have to wait again.
I'm sorry, what?
So try your best to not burp or like spit up or, vomit in your mouth or anything, if you can help it.
Okay.
Can you help that? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What is your driver's license address good? Is that a good address?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the end of this, I'm going to give you your driver's hearing request information sheet, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time understanding what you're saying.
Okay. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a copy of the driver's hearing request.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing.
It's okay. All right. So this is your implied consent warning for breath, okay? Warning, you're under arrest for RCW 4661502 or RCW 4661504, driving or being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or drugs. Further, you're now being asked to submit to a test of your breath, which consists of 2 separate samples of your breath taken independently to determine alcohol concentration. You're now advised that you have the right to refuse this breath test, and that if you refuse, A, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be revoked or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 1 year, and 2, your refusal to submit to this test may be used in a criminal trial. Number 2, you're further advised that if you submit to this breath test and the test is administered, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be suspended, revoked, or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 90 days if you are A, age 21 or over, and the test indicates the alcohol concentration of your breath is 0.08 or more, or you're in violation of RCW 4661502. All right, will you now submit to a breath test?
Well,
good to see you, Sammy.
It's what we talked about in the field, so it's up to you. I can't force you to take the test. Yeah.
Well,
it's either this or the blood draw.
What?
It's either this or the search warrant for your blood, sir, like we talked about. So it's your choice. Yeah.
Are you saying there's a blood draw?
No, if you refuse, if you don't blow, yes. If you say no, I don't want to blow on the tube, then yes, there will be a blood draw.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
So it's up to you.
I was going to wipe my nose, but I can't do that.
It is more cooperating for your future court date to blow.
Well,
prosecutors will see that as a cooperation. I can tell you that.
Well, I would like to cooperate.
Okay. So will you submit to a breath tester?
I think so.
Okay. Go, 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 go.
Keep going, 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 keep going. Awesome, amazing, amazing. Amazing. That's great. That was amazing. Wow.
Is that good?
That was amazing. Like literally, that was one of the best I've ever seen.
Really?
Yep. So you just do one more of that, and you'll honestly be home in like.
Does that mean I'm?
No, that was amazing. No, that was seriously amazing. Do you have any physical impairments?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you limp?
Do I limp?
Yep.
Occasionally, yeah.
Okay. Are you sick or injured right now?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
Do you do?
No.
Okay.
No.
Any other drugs?
No.
Do you have impaired vision? I know that's a tricky question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't actually know what they mean by that.
Impaired vision? Yeah,
Like you,
sure.
Yeah, because you wear glasses. Yeah,
I'd say yes.
do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes,
No.
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay. So do I. All right. No. Yeah. Were you driving the vehicle?
I was driving.
Okay. And then how many hours of sleep did you get last night, sir? About.
I don't know, maybe 8.
Okay. All right. Is there anything mechanically wrong with your car?
I don't think so.
Okay. Have you ever been? Nope.
Have you ever been? No.
Have you been injured or involved in any collisions in the 24 hours?
No.
Yeah, other than the one. Yep. All right. Have you had any alcohol to drink since being stopped / before the collision? Stop the collision. No. All right. Here we go. One more test, sir. One more amazing one, and keep going, keep going, keep going. All right. Come with me, sir. All right. Are you have to grab your blanket? Just hold on to it. Yep. Yep. Yep.
The legal limit for blood alcohol concentration is 0.08%, but the man blew a 0.18%, more than twice the legal limit. Consequently, he was charged with DUI, while alcohol was partially to blame for his...
Take care, Miss Paula. Thank you so much for joining us today, hon. I hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
indiscretions. Our next suspect has one of the most bizarre excuses yet.
Oh, here we go.
Put that down. What are you doing, man? How much drugs did you do last night, man? What did you use?
On September 24th, 2021, the police came across a rather peculiar report. Upon arrival, they found an individual hiding under a trash can lid, sporting a bizarre crown on his head. Just one look at him, and they knew this case was going to be far more interesting than they initially thought.
Hi. Good morning, man. My sister Selena's not going to help you today.
Well, it was just like really strange, and it's probably nothing, but I came out here. I was gonna sit and read on my porch, and this man comes walking diagonally. My dog was here, diagonally across my yard.
Okay.
He had on a clear plastic bag over his top. He had an umbrella. He had jeans on, and he was across the road at a recycling bin.
Yes.
He took off the plastic bag, threw it, and shoes and maybe a belt. I don't know. He was throwing things into the recycling bin.
And then he went that way?
He went that way.
How you doing, sir? You guys call?
It's right there in that bag, and I found that shirt in there.
Good lady.
And you see this throw it in that one. That was stupid. I don't know what. Yeah, it's probably just come back for it.
Do you guys have cameras?
No. But that's his picture. It's got his ID.
Yeah. Is that that's the same guy?
Sir. Sir. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's
Can you put that down? Put that down. Paul.
Yes.
What are you doing, man?
Trying to go home.
Where do you live? And why are you soaking wet?
Can't find myself.
What's that?
Can't find myself. Baptized.
You baptized yourself with water? We have your stuff. We have your property, your phone and stuff. Put that down, Paul. He's the owner of his property. He's the owner of the property. Paul.
Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Paul.
You live here? Oh. Get that stuff away. What do you think we're gonna have to do here? What do you think we're gonna have to do here?
Oh, you most likely see it.
Yeah. Clearly can't take care of himself, right? Clearly can't care for himself.
What?
He clearly can't care for himself, right?
Yes. He is out of
this world.
Out of the norm.
Yeah. No.
Hey, Paul, can you put that stuff down? I need you to stand up and put it down. And then I need you to stand up now. Stand up. Take that off your head. Put it on the ground too. There you go. Thank you. Oh, be careful. You put it down. Now face against the door. Put your hands behind your back. Okay. Come back. You got any weapons on you, do you?
Wearing an iPad.
Are you still employed with the city of Las Cruces? Paul?
No.
You're not? Why do you still have a key card?
Don't.
How much drugs did you do last night, man? What did you use?
Mescaline. Peyote.
Peyote? That would explain it. Where'd you get all this stuff?
From Mexico.
You definitely didn't get it from Mexico.
No, this is mine.
This is your stuff? Where do you live?
I live in San Gabriel.
That's in Albuquerque.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Why is your address on your ID here in Las Cruces? And it's pretty far from here.
No, is there another one?
Paul, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen today, okay? You're going to be taken into what's called protective custody. We're going to take you to the hospital so that you can be evaluated, okay? You're clearly not in the right state of mind. I don't know what kind of drugs you used or how much you used, but you're definitely under the influence of something. And you clearly cannot care for yourself, okay? Log down on the LPC.
You know what's the sign of someone truly dumb? A person who tries to run away from the cops after being arrested.
No, don't. Okay.
That's it. No. You don't want to do this, Mom. Don't. No. Look here. Stand by.
What are you doing, man? What was a dumb thing you did?
No, it's
good.
Just stay where you're at. Don't move, okay?
Stop moving.
Hey,
stop moving.
Stop moving right now. Do you understand? You need to stop moving.
No.
You still married? Where's your wife?
She's in heaven.
Stay.
I can't breathe.
No,
I can't breathe. Please. Help me. God, help me. Help me. Help me. Please.
God, help me. God, please help me. Help me.
Freaking soaked now. Get up on your feet. Have a seat in the car. Have a seat in the car.
My freaking crotch is soaked.
Bro.
kicked his leg up in between my legs. I was like, ah, man. I felt it start. All right, well, wasn't expecting to do fucking blue team.
I would say that.
What do you think we have to do now?
Together off his property?
What? No. What did we just do?
Oh,
okay. What?
I'm guessing he's training somebody. He keeps asking that question, so that's kind of my guess.
I think so.
What do we need to do? And?
5:55.
Okay, and catch our breath before we key up on the radio?
Get some deep breaths. Because everyone's going to be like, oh, you out of breath. Oh, man.
It's pretty heavy. That's the central. We start at 5:55 for each support. And the supervisor as well.
Copy Central 701. Can I have you head to 739 South San Pedro?
Dude, that was so weird, bro. I see him crouched down, like, holding the lid of it.
Or the crowd, bro?
Dude, he's holding the lid of the trash can as a shield. I was like,
hey, dude.
We're about to get in a fight with
I know, dude. I was like,
with Lord of the Rings, bro. Goddamn.
Is that Coyote does do that?
Hands down, weirdest encounter of my entire life.
We just looked at Lord of the Rings.
So this dude was crouched down in front of that door with that blue thing on his head as a crown, holding a shield or a lid to aluminum trash can as a shield, and holding like a bunch of spatulas in the other hand.
It's crown.
I was like, oh god, we about to fight Legolas right now. Hand off.
You guys find them or take them or?
No, just.
I didn't want to find them to the vehicle. But he had this shit.
I'm a grab quick.
Because I guess he's peyote. Yeah, it's just like for civilization stuff. We're gonna have to do a blue team for it.
I'm just gonna grab pictures. You get us real quick and I'll grab them.
He's soaked. He completely soaked himself with.
What?
He completely soaked himself with water, I guess, and he's like drenched, head to toe. He said he baptized himself. He's on peyote.
You admit it?
Yeah. He's like, whenever we were fighting him, he put his leg up there. He's wearing pants, soaked, bro. I was like, I felt the water go through my pants. I was like, God damn it!
I'm guessing you put your name.
He dumped his driver's license, his credit cards, his car keys, his City of Las Cruces badge.
He works at the city?
Well, he had one.
Turn that way. And get back.
So he dropped it in the.
Even the police couldn't believe what they had just witnessed and were completely astounded. Nonetheless, they proceeded with their duties, ensuring the man wasn't injured after his foolish attempt to escape.
His name's Paul Amend. Yo, Paul, you have any injuries?
Broken arm.
Well, I'm safe from right now. Let me see all that redness. I'm just gonna get some pictures, okay? Yeah. Want to face that way a little bit? You doing better, Paul?
I think so.
Anything on your hands, anything like that? Just sit up forward.
Good.
I need to They got fire coming to check you out, all right?
Okay.
Just don't move, okay? You feeling better? You sound a lot better.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day?
Yeah.
The day just started. All right, you can sit back now.
Oh, you work for the city of Las Cruces?
You can sit back.
What do you do for the city of Las Cruces?
Associate transportation planner.
You were?
You are. I am.
All right, Paul. Like I said, fire's going to check you out, all right?
Okay. Man, them blues are a hell of a drug. Dude.
That's something wrong. Huh? That's something. I've never seen anybody like that before.
Oh, drug test is that?
So he's just quiet?
Yeah, he's just sitting there quiet, weird as hell. We found your phone and everything. Somebody called it in and said they saw you throwing it in the trash. We found your phone, your ID, your car, and your car keys. Where's your car at?
Still in the parking lot.
Of the city hall? Okay. Is that where you left it last night? You've been there since after you got off yesterday? What have you been doing in the parking lot since you got off?
I have no idea. Waiting.
Where'd you get your hands on those drugs at?
From Mexico.
You got it from Mexico? Okay. I would definitely recommend not doing drugs. Okay.
Was there and that's where all this was at?
905.
905. You guys were just cruising and saw him standing there all weird?
Yeah, we're like, let's go ATL. We came around and then we just see him. Well, that's probably him. Found him. There's some dude walking by. He just looked at us and pointed at him and started laughing. He's like, his car's parked at City Hall right now. Still, he got off work yesterday and said when he got off work, he was in the parking lot right now, and after work yesterday, did a bunch of drugs, and he's been here since.
He's a city employee?
Yeah, he's a city employee.
So she saw him dumping all that stuff.
Anymore.
Who got the keys? So you got everything
Yeah,
over
they were
here?
in the trash can. Everything
They just on code 16. And what are you doing? What you guys doing?
Yeah, he seems like he's a lot better than the being we were attempting to PCM. He caught us. We got him on the handcuffs, and then we had to drag him over here because he didn't want to walk.
555 already?
Yeah.
They didn't show up.
No, they didn't show up yet. We're waiting for fire. I don't know where the hell they're coming from.
Just the PC. It's just a PC right now?
Yeah. Dude, you got a key card to the city, man.
Yeah, that's not good. He didn't say what he used?
Peyote. So he got peyote from Mexico, and he used it yesterday.
He's been here all night?
Yep.
You are Nissan too, huh?
Yeah. He's drenched right now, too.
Yeah, dude.
He's drenched. He said he baptized himself.
Just make sure you ask the 55 if
It's wet right there, so I bet you anything he did it right there.
Do they feel when they check him here, do they feel like he should be transported or just he doesn't go 10-7 back there or something? Take him to the hospital. No injuries? Let's get him out of here, I guess. Just
break off fire.
Make sure you note in the report why we got him out of here. Okay. Since he's already going through all this, I don't want him seeing and going 10-7 on us or something. They said they didn't have anybody available.
He said they have a fire unit, but I don't know where the hell they're coming from. He said his wife is 10-7 now. So his wife died.
Wasn't peyote the one where you live like a whole nother life though?
Yeah, peyote's like you're in a whole different world. Like if we would have tasted him, he wouldn't have felt the damn thing.
Yeah. You did it just a little bit?
So you did it last night?
There in this car? He admitted to?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a bad use of force, just like force stabilization.
Okay, cool. All right, let me call the...
While this man was undeniably amusing, one can't help but feel a bit of sympathy for him, particularly given his claim of having lost his wife. Or did he really?
You're going to be going to the hospital today, okay? Sorry to hear about your wife, man. With what? You told me your wife was in heaven. Is that true? Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Pull him out and he gets off on and see
What's that, sir?
What did we just go over in briefing?
Locking?
Is it fire on?
Yes. Oh, turn it off.
I'll give you a call back. I'll hold it.
Central 968 for vagrancy. 968.
Just say no, kid.
I think I've just had a lot of. Thank you. But the only thing we have to fear is fear something.
You already said earlier that you got peyote from Mexico and did something. Like you just fun, going through something. What's going on?
I think Craig's at Disneyland, and my dad's driving. I will see my family in heaven, safe and unharmed.
You said your wife was
Alice, Susan, Maria.
Where's she at?
She's in my heart. She's with me always.
When she passed?
She's alive.
Where is she?
In heaven.
When did she pass?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think she passed. I think she's alive.
So did you take peyote to try and reconnect?
I don't do drugs. I didn't take any drugs.
I mean, the reason why we're asking that is because you already admitted to peyote. I mean,
okay.
Plus, it's not normal behaviors for someone to be holding a shield of spatulas and douse themselves in water. Do you see why we're concerned?
Yes.
Especially after you're saying that you're a city employee, and if you have a good job, why mess things up like that?
Oh, what kind of car do you have? What department do you work for? Transportation?
The Metropolitan Planning Organization.
So what?
The Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization.
It's the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization. He's completely clothed and he's soaking wet. He said he baptized himself. We have his employee number right here. He was holding an assortment of spatulas in his right hand when I made contact with him. What else did he say? He had a wooden a crown on. It looked like some kind of like a wreath that you put on the door as a crown, yeah. And then he had a fake plastic pirate eye patch on his left eye.
Get a PC for.
He was just on an adventure, everybody. That's all.
What kind of drugs did you do? And he said he did peyote and he got it for 12.
What have you taken in the past 2 hours, Paul? Your wife said you were fine 2 hours ago.
I took water.
You took water? What else did you take?
My wife's going to be happy.
What did you take with the water?
Hey, Zelda.
I had trash can.
Yeah, trash can.
I had a.
Why would you have the trash can with a shield?
For protection.
Against who?
Satan. And evil. And fear. And doubt.
Could it be Satan? Wow, he's really on a bad trip.
Wow.
Jesus.
In my right hand, I had barbecue tongs and fire tools.
Yeah. Maybe sure.
It was a halfway home.
Fat don't make you act like that, though.
I'm not certain.
You've been reading the Bible a lot? Yeah? What's your favorite verse?
John 3:16.
Are you involved with the church?
I used to be.
You used to be? What was your denomination?
I was young, Cumberland Presbyterian.
And now?
Methodist Church. And then I had hopes to start a new Cumberland Presbyterian church.
I got you. That's why you've been reading the Bible so much?
Your wife's on her way. She's on her way. She'll be here.
Pretty strong stuff.
And is he trans?
Is that chance keeps saying that his wife is dead, but she's actually on her way?
Cool.
Well, that's going to freak him out.
He's gonna trip balls.
Well, it turns out his missus was very much alive. While his exact charges aren't known, I'm sure he'd rather take his chances behind bars than face whatever awaited him at home.
I'm just as baffled by this type of behavior as you are. Of course, maybe that's what separates us from people like the next guy, who went totally bananas after he was asked to leave someone else's private property.
Yeah, that's a cute little Bud Light.
It's banana. Oh, you're so serious.
On September 25th, 2021, the police officers received a report concerning a tourist who had trespassed and was refusing to leave. Upon arrival, the police found him in a rather alarming state. His demeanor was unsettling, and it all pointed to one thing: trouble. However, this arrest would test every ounce of restraint of these officers, ensuring they didn't end up rolling on the ground with laughter.
No, not the problem. I think it's not a problem. Yeah, that's a problem.
You got a problem?
I saw you fellas, and I think I got a problem.
Yeah, that's a cute little Bud Light.
It's banana. It's a banana.
And a Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Cute.
Good?
Where are you staying at?
Huh?
Where are you staying at?
Model room.
In what?
Model room.
Who is the,
I don't know.
Who are they?
Owners. Yeah.
Are you a property representative?
Yeah.
Where's his room?
He's not in the room. Oh, just chilling. Yeah, I just chilling. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta go. You have to leave.
To go.
Yeah.
Have to leave from there.
From here, yeah.
Yeah, they don't want you there.
I think those people down there want to file a complaint.
You got like banana hands. We got the banana hands. It's kind of wild. Yeah. Throw that beer away. You can't have an open container.
Of course.
Are you gonna throw the beer away and leave, or what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
What am I gonna do?
Huh?
Well, they're gonna tell you you're trespassing the property, and then if you don't leave, you'll go to jail. Simple as that.
So just throw the beer away and bebop.
All right.
Throw the beer away, please.
I can do it. Just leave it there.
All right.
Soccer times.
That works out for you.
I'm from New Jersey.
Yeah, banana
banana
hands. Talk about that, remember? Yeah.
And the beer. The beer's the more important thing.
Yeah, my butt take.
Yeah, you have to throw the beer away.
Okay, before you go up,
You have to throw the beer away.
what do you think?
What do you think?
I'm not thinking.
I can tell. Nice. All right. Head on that way, banana hands. No, just get off the property. That's all you do.
Now what can you do?
Sleep.
Just leave?
Yeah.
No, I will go with you.
No.
Come on. Let's grab my hand.
For what?
For nothing.
Yeah, we're just telling you to leave. That's it. No one wants to take you to jail. You gotta leave. You gotta leave.
I want jail.
Why?
Because I have been there.
Can you just leave? That's the representative from the property. They just want you to leave. You don't have business being here. That's it.
Not to give my pocket. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still,
I can show you.
No, it's okay.
not to give my best. Yeah, I'm not. We're not. We have nothing to arrest you for. You just leave. They don't want you here anymore.
That's it?
Yeah. Leave. Go over there. All you gotta do is leave. Why do you want to be here?
So that's a representative. That's the owner of the business, the property that you're on. You don't have any business here. You don't have a room. You don't have anyone staying here. So they're asking you to leave.
Thank you, SRB.
Get him free.
Banana hands. I don't want banana on mine. No, banana hands.
Stop. Are you the owner of the property?
Yeah.
Can you tell him to leave, please?
Can you leave from here? I told you. Of course I do. Of course I do. No, but I appreciate if you leave right now. Good. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay. I'll go. Where? Business. Somewhere else. Somewhere else? Yes.
Off the property.
The beach is that way. Can I get on this car?
No.
No way?
No.
What about you guys?
Okay, so this is the owner of the property. He's telling you that you're not allowed to be here. He's verbally trespassing you. So he'd like you to leave.
Yeah, thank you, man. I always say thanks. Remember, you have bananas all over your hands. Yeah. Your hands. Banana hands.
That's it. Just gotta leave. You're being verbally trespassed. We've told you about 20 times.
Goodness. Easy. Oh. Take it easy.
Yeah, not a fight.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't touch your banana hands either. Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Gleb.
Can you please leave again? We're trying to be very cordial with you. We've asked you at least 20 times. This man has asked you numerous times. He's the owner of the property. Can you please get off of his property? You're being verbally trespassed.
No.
Get off his property.
No.
Yes. He does not want you here. He's verbally telling you that he does not want you here and you have to leave. You don't have a room here. You have nobody staying here that you know. That's it. So you have to leave.
Okay.
You have to leave.
After numerous attempts to persuade Mr. Banana Hands to depart, he persisted in his defiance. For a moment, he reluctantly agreed, but swiftly retraced his steps. Consequently, the officers decided it was best to take him straight to Banana Land.
Yes, okay. Right now. Off the property.
Right now.
Yes, right now. Thank you. Come on.
Shake the cake.
No. No, leave, please.
Why not?
Leave.
You got banana hands. Sit down.
Can you please leave?
I am.
Leave.
Shake my hand.
Leave.
No way.
No, leave.
Oh, you're so serious. Bro, my friend.
No. Bananas all over your hands. Down. Turn on for transmitter back. Get arrested for trespass after warning. Stop tensing. Let go. Let go. Stop.
I do. I am.
Did he really?
You just have banana.
Yeah?
Stop tensing your arms.
You got it?
Am I arrested?
Yes, you are now. You are.
Okay.
For trespass after warning.
Sorry.
It is. You got a card? You do? Where's it at?
It's
Stop tensing your hands, dude. I don't like it. You're going to get a resisting charge as well. Stop.
I follow you.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, I thought this was your car.
No.
Hey, chill. Still in the car. We've gone too far.
All right. One more thing.
don't understand what was so complicated about it. Both weed.
Can I grab my?
Yeah, we'll get your stuff.
Appreciate it.
Please put your foot in the car.
Could you give me my glass?
Yeah, we'll
My
get
glass.
Yeah, we'll get them, but we're not gonna do it. But I'm not gonna do it with your foot on the car. Thank you.
Glasses.
We will in the car. Thank you.
The glasses.
Okay, watch your foot. Stop. I'm trying to shut the door.
No. You don't try to shut.
Yeah.
The door. You're
going to get a resisting charge. Put your foot in the car, please.
I'm going to grab the glasses when you close the door.
Who's got the glasses? I got it. No, I got it.
You fine?
What?
Could you take the bracelet off?
No.
No way?
No, sorry.
209 info.
Alcohol does amazing things to people, doesn't it?
Can you do a code 5 check on a white male via New Jersey driver's license number?
Go ahead, with the name of Dick Royce, and I'll just run him out of New Jersey for his deal.
Originally from in Glory.
Right here. So you don't have a card?
Yes, ma'am.
New Jersey, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Where's your weed card? It's not your wallet.
3.5 grams, but it's obviously open. So.
Blood band.
Thank you.
Shit.
Not even from
It's a good one.
Why are you going ziggity boo? How many times did you estimate we told him to leave? At least 20?
Just give me something.
Well, yeah, without a doubt. When you're this
Yeah, but how many times do you guys think you called them bananas?
his middle name is longer than the industry. What's his last name? Rawal? Yeah. Payush Ruwal. Payush Ruwal. Right. Is the owner? Yeah. I remember his middle name and I thought, well, this is going much longer than I was
Yeah, you're
ready
gonna
for.
got me. Where you gonna got me?
Huh?
Uh-huh. Where you gonna got me?
What is that?
He's asking where you want to die.
Where do I want to die?
I don't want to die.
Preferably in my bed.
Preferably
an old
where
man.
you want to drive.
Surrounded by loved ones.
Drive.
So, like, what was he doing with the banana?
He was eating a banana and drinking a Bud Light beer, just walking around all
Light beer.
Dude, isn't that, like, not
I'm
It was all weird. And then we were like, well, do you have a room here? Do you have, like, a loved one that has a room here? And he doesn't have a room here. He doesn't know
Wait.
anybody. No one ever seen him before.
That's cool, right? I
We
get
were just
that.
like, can you just leave? Like, please just leave.
Yeah.
Like, he kept on trying to shake our
can
hands
clean
with
it up.
banana
I can
hands.
clean
And we
it
got the
up.
manager over there to tell him to leave and do it. Just won't leave. You don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Ma'am.
I'm more concerned about, like, the combination of, like, a
You're not
carbonated
concerned
beverage
about
and
that.
then also
It's
a
odd.
banana. Dude, they can't feel good in your stomach.
Sometimes.
Why are you staying down here? Are you on vacation?
Yeah.
Why are you? You're on here. You're
I'm
here.
from New
You're
Jersey.
by yourself
I'm
here
from
on
New Jersey.
vacation.
Yeah,
by yourself.
I'm paying myself.
I think he likes you.
Mm-hmm.
He's from New Jersey.
For everybody.
Ask where
You know? For my
Where were you
wife,
born?
for
Where are you
my-
from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
From Belarus.
Belarus.
Yeah.
Ask him if he has United States citizenship.
Do you have U.S. citizenship?
No way.
No. So no social security number.
What can I do?
What can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to jail. Once you get there, I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of options. Eventually, you'll probably be out by tonight.
What about dead guys?
Huh?
What about dead guys?
What about them?
What can I do with them?
These guys, they can't do anything. They're the ones taking you to jail. I'm just here because. How old are you?
30.
Huh?
30.
30?
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
We do drugs.
Yes, of course.
That's right.
He said yes. Of course.
Can I take that off bracelet?
Huh?
You were blazing it up before we got here.
Yeah, with the banana hands.
Oh, banana hands. That's my nickname for him.
Oh,
I eat banana really good. Mm-hmm.
He goes to my gym.
Would you take me off?
I thought you guys, like, he was like holding his hands a certain kind of way or something, and you guys were like banana hands.
Oh, no. No, he actually had banana all over his joke about that.
It's like, what?
She's like squeezing the banana real hard. It was like globs of banana juice.
Why?
Banana pulp. He has a strong grip, I think.
The man had a chance to walk away, but I guess he wanted more thrilling memories from his vacation. He was arrested for trespassing and taken to the police station, where hopefully he learned his lesson. But some people are just too stubborn to learn.
If you're right there and you already see me right here, why not stop?
Did you have a stop sign?
Yes.
Okay.
I stopped at the stop sign.
He had the right of way.
Road signs are designed for everyone's safety, yet there are always those who believe they know better. Take this woman, for example. She arrived at a stop sign, ignored it, and drove straight into the intersection, causing a crash with a driver heading south. The police swiftly arrived on the scene and tried explaining the situation to her, but she was in no mood to understand.
Were you driving coming down this road? Okay. She did stop at the stop sign. She hit me. Coming from this direction? No, she turned around. So she was coming from that direction? Yep. Okay. Do you have insurance? Yep. Do you have it ready? I have my. With you? What? Is your insurance stuff with you? It should be in my truck. Go ahead and find it. I'll be back in a moment. Okay.
My daughter hurt her head.
They did call a medic. It takes them a moment. What's going on?
Huh? We're coming. Yes. Bring my purse, please, so I can show him my insurance and driver's license. Thank you. Okay. No, we're coming through the stop sign. We're already there. He's right there. He sees us coming, but he won't stop. He ain't do none of that. He just went ahead and hit me.
Why stop?
Huh?
Why would he stop?
No, he wouldn't have. But if you're right there and you already see me right here, why not stop? I'm turning with him. To where I'm turning with him.
You pulled out in front of him.
No, I didn't. But of course y'all want to say that because any car that goes.
Did you have a stop sign?
Yes.
Okay. It's your job to make sure that there's no other cars in the intersection before you enter.
I stopped at the stop sign.
Well, you can't go until you're not going to get hit again.
Oh, well, I can't go if he's still what's name. He came. And he was speeding.
He had the right of way. Does this car register to you?
Wherever you want it to.
Does this car register to you?
Yeah, it's mine.
What's your name? What's your name?
Tina with the K. Shoot, I ain't trying to hear that shit.
That's your problem. What's your phone number, Christina?
I don't got one.
All right. Hi. Someone bumped their head on the other side of the car.
Just needs to check out. Is this the only one that checked out?
As far as I know.
Is this one over here?
So you don't have your insurance with you?
It's on the way.
Okay.
I'm bringing my stuff.
Okay.
Guys.
He did it. As always.
Do you happen to have an ID on you, hon?
Yeah. The car, he kept going and
Okay. I just need your ID.
and I hit my head.
These guys will talk to you about that.
My head hurts really bad.
Okay, we got medics here.
Right now.
Medics are right here.
My head hurts and don't do that.
I'll get in a little bit. It is. Did you find that yet?
Yeah, I have them all right here, but I'm just looking for most current. It's all the same.
That's fine. I'll just put the company in a policy number now.
Don't work too hard, Zelda. Thanks for stopping in.
Does this vehicle register to you? Yes. I'll just write your tag down.
Copy 179 South Powell. Colors Candace, her daughter, Angelina.
Who's that for you? Okay. What's your phone number?
Driver's license?
I'll pull it off for your license plate. What's your phone number? Okay. Where was your vehicle hit?
Right here on the nose.
Okay. Was she just going straight, or was she trying to go south? Okay. She can say what she wants to say.
Yeah, there was a car coming this way. We were looking at it. We barely saw her guard out.
But you were just driving southbound.
Like
and, okay. So this part of your car hit the front corner of her car. Did it spin her a little bit?
My car?
No, hers.
It slid her about that far, but she backed up and turned around and was over there.
Okay.
It slid her, but maybe 2-3 feet. Not nothing major.
No, I know. All right. Let me make sure. I'll just verify all the information. I'll get your report number. You can get out here. If she wants to act this way, I'll give her a ticket and I'll take the report, and your insurance company can go get it that way, okay?
Well,
usually.
I got a new front bumper. I'm gonna have to go buy a headlight. That ain't cool.
It's gonna cost me maybe $50 to put a new headlight.
I can spare funds.
Yeah. Well,
What if she's gonna act like this? You know,
she's gonna have a ticket. It's gonna cost her a couple $100 now, at a minimum.
Oh, but
you know what I mean?
My back.
But in case she calls mine, I should have to call my insurance company.
I would call them, let them know that you were in an accident, let them know that the other driver was cited as at fault, and give them that report number. Okay. They can pull up that report number and they'll see my notes.
Okay.
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 So yeah, there's nothing wrong with calling your insurance company, because they'll also contact her insurance company and make sure that she's responsible.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care.
A stop sign means you must come to a full stop and wait until crossing vehicles and pedestrians have cleared before proceeding. However, the woman just couldn't grasp the concept. Even now, she wasn't ready to accept her fault, and her attitude was sky high.
Did you bring her insurance with you?
I got it printed out right here.
Okay, I need that.
So what happened?
She ran a stop sign and
No,
got
I
hit by a
didn't
car.
run it. I promise.
That vehicle.
Run it.
Come over here, sir.
I did not run that light, that red sign, and you can ask.
So Wheatland is one way south,
Everybody know what
and that truck was driving south. She came to the stop sign and then entered the intersection
No, I didn't.
while he was driving south, and he hit her.
Excuse me. Why is it you believe him and not me? Why is it I couldn't have been right there already crossing, and then he keeps going? He don't even try to stop, officer.
I need your insurance.
Yeah, my insurance is right here. Yes, I like to have them dispatched out here. I don't want to give you my insurance. I'm going to give it to the
Okay, I will.
I asked for another.
You're not going to get another officer. This isn't Burger King where you get what you want. 190.
Yes, sir.
I believe my at-fault driver is calling in asking for a new officer. I have this under control.
Yes, internal affairs. Then that's what I need that.
All right, I'll just mark on the ticket that you didn't give me your insurance, and you can take it to the court.
Because I got insurance.
Okay.
I got it. Oh, here. I don't know where he went. Here. This is my insurance card. Right there.
What insurance company do you use?
Allstate. Here go all the information.
I can't read the policy number. What's your phone number?
614-972.
Okay. Go ahead and hang on up there. I'll be up with your ticket in a moment.
Go, you're right.
Tired of that.
70 westbound to your Grove ramp.
You're right, bud.
No description of the victim's car or it was a white SUV.
You just have kind of a perplexed look on your face. Are you going to sign this ticket for me, hon?
Does that mean I'm guilty? No.
Nope, that's not what it means. It just means that I'm giving you a copy. This is the copy of your ticket that I'm giving you right now.
Court?
The court date is on October the 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. 375 South High Street.
My thing is this, brother. This is why my face like this.
And where's my ticket?
There wasn't nobody out here but these two cars. How you know she was in the middle?
Okay, this guy was going south.
How do you know?
There's only one way for him to go.
If the one
There was
going
also
this
two
way,
people in the
what
car.
I'm saying to you is this, and you gotta do it. Hey, hold on, man. Hold on, man. You gotta do it all the time. When you come to this stop sign, if you look to see them cars are down, you can't see half that going down there.
Okay.
So you pull out just a little bit more. Now I didn't did it, you didn't did it, and I know everybody's mama did it. But my thing of it is this: if that truck seen this halfway decent car, look like it's got insurance. So some people have the tendency to do that. So it's kind of a what's the thing, because my daughter said she sat there and watched it. Mom, here he come, bam. You know,
What she did is she warned mom multiple times that there was a vehicle coming.
No.
Is what you're just describing to me.
But she
Okay.
said, oh.
He has the responsibility to drive straight down that road. She has the responsibility to stop and not enter that roadway.
But they both do.
No. When you're going south on that road, there is no stop sign.
But what I'm
no,
saying
he doesn't have to
No,
stop.
but
If you pull out in front of him, you pulled out in front of him.
No, I
my
didn't,
point being,
officer.
you can't pull out
That's what
in
I'm
front of
saying.
it if
I was
if
already
you've seen
in
the
there.
car,
He
dude.
speeds up and he
He did not.
going.
He continued southbound.
How do you know?
The point I was making to him was
but
this.
he's
Point
not
I'm-
listening.
The point I was
he
making
don't
to
see it. No,
listen
it's
to
because
me.
I ran the stop
point I'm
sign.
making
That's
to
how
you
I'm
is this.
old that.
You did not yield.
He don't know when on
Yeah.
and there's
How
a guy.
did I yield when I turned with him?
It's called
How did I
speculation.
yield?
You still
I
pulled
turned
out
with
Called
him.
speculation.
I turned
Okay.
with him
It's
to
called
keep him from
speculation.
All
hitting.
right. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Fail to yield from a stop sign is the citation that you were issued.
Despite her defiant attitude, the woman received a citation for failure to stop at a stop sign. Hopefully, she learned her lesson.
I often wonder why people have such a hard time under.
All right, guys. Those weren't as funny as yesterday, but still, either way. That should do it for today.
Yeah, Phil, you're right. Yeah, you have the right to request a different officer at any time, or you can request a supervisor.
So who do you think had the attitude there, Doodle? Her or the officer?
The one that ran the stop sign.
That's what I thought too. She knew she was wrong, in my opinion, and just didn't want to accept it. That's all. It happens. I've seen it happen a lot, actually. I've been on so many accident scenes, it's not even funny. And everybody's always throwing the blame game. It was an accident, for God's sakes. You made a mistake, deal with it. You know what I mean? That's
Right.
pretty much
What
it.
she did is she yielded, like she stopped at the stop sign, but she went too far forward, and the other guy hit her. But he had the right of way, so legally, it's her fault.
Right. Was it, what the hell did we call that here? Like a California stop, a rolling stop, whatever the hell it is. But yeah, we had those a lot. And then boom. So yes. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for today for this show. Anything to add, Miss Doodlebug?
No, just thank you to everyone that came today, and we appreciate every one of you.
Absolutely. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I will be in here later for sure. God, make sure the internet stays on. Everybody keep your fingers crossed. And we will jump back into the other stuff again. So thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. We'll be back, like I said, a little later on with some trial stuff. And hopefully it all works out well. You guys are amazing for supporting the channel. Thank you to anybody that donated to support the channel that way. Thank you to the Blue Crew for doing everything you do. You guys are amazing. Guys, please make sure, if you can, please hit that like button. I almost said a stop sign. Jesus. Hit that like button on your way out the door. If you haven't done it, share it out if you will. I do appreciate you all so very much. And I hope you all have a wonderful day until I see you again. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing, guys. You guys are amazing. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.